freelance, now she a free that. Should've never let the bitch alone with my seat. Mine's got a bitch skip pit, popping in my Reeboks. Talking about a detox, pussy like a beatbox. All grown up, bitch looking like Selena, not that booty. I need that, I need that, I need that. Blue white bitch on Depop, chillin' teapot, 2 left feet, them Reeboks. Shawty did freelance, now she a free that. Should've never let the bitch alone with my seat. Mine's got a bitch skip pit, popping in my Reeboks. Talking about a detox, pussy like a beatbox. All grown up, bitch looking like Selena, not that booty. I need that, I need that, I need that. Blue white bitch on Depop, chillin' teapot, 2 left feet, them Reeboks. Shawty did freelance, now she a free that. Should've never let the bitch alone with my seat. Mine's got a bitch skip pit, popping in my Reeboks. Talking about a detox, pussy like a beatbox. All grown up, bitch looking like Selena, not that booty.
Could've been 30, could've been a G. Should've never snitched. Why you take it to police? Now they're looking at you funny when you're walking down the street, looking at you like food, trying to see where they can eat. Me, I'm like Wallow and Gilly with the game. You don't really wanna act silly, behave. When I were on stage and a million gets made. I need that, I need that, I need that breeze. I feel sorry for Skepta, they copy these flow, but they say that it's a new flow. Imitation don't flatter me, but it's cool though. Should've ever left the guy alone in my studio. Put them in the coffin, get them on a tombstone. Yeah, I got half of the price of a Kudo. Living like a boss man, nothing like Hugo. I need that, I need that, I need that.
What is going on?
Pagan, tweaking, talking inflation, peace is needed, getting impatient, blood, everybody getting complacent, leg, work, step on the pavement, victory lap, I'm back on the station, I'm really a psycho, Patrick Bateman, if you see her with me, she's taken.
White bitch on Depop, chillin' teapot, 2 left feet, them Reeboks. Shawty did freelance, now she a free that. Should've never let the bitch alone with my seat. Mine's got a bitch skip pit, popping in my Reeboks. Talking about a detox, pussy like a beatbox. All grown up, bitch looking like Selena. I need that, I need that, I need that, I need that. Blue white bitch on Depop, chillin' teapot, 2 left feet, them Reeboks. Shawty did freelance, now she a free that. Should've never let the bitch alone with my seat. Mine's got a bitch skip pit, popping in my Reeboks. Talking about a detox, pussy like a beatbox. All grown up, bitch looking like Selena. I need that, I need that, I need that.
I smoke loud, but I never get lousy. Black Swan, Darren Aronofsky, plug said he wants 16 for the pound, but I'm trying to get it under.
Alright, we back. What's going on? How we doing? I just want to quickly point out that my Discord configuration is completely ass. Like, you can see that it didn't even post the URL. So, hey, looks like we need some IT support over here. But how are you all doing, guys? Welcome back to another video. Let's have a little revenue check. Got a bit of an interesting video for you today. I say it's interesting because we have actually submitted our app on the Solana Dapp store. Now, this kind of gives us a little bit of freedom. We've just been debugging this app for literally 20 days straight now. So this is the first live stream I've actually had where I felt like I've got a bit of freedom and I've got a bit more of a schedule this live stream. Usually I don't have a schedule. I've got a bit more of a schedule now. And I just want to share it with you guys. So let's head on over here. So today's schedule. Is my mic working? Everything's working all right? Today's schedule. Now, I'm actually really excited to get with this sort of schedule today because I'm not gonna lie, the #1 most requested thing on this live stream by far, by a long shot, is gonna be done this live stream. And that is, we're switching from Replit to Claude Code. All right, I know it's been a long time coming, but we're finally doing it. I've been promising you guys for a very long time now that I'm going to switch to Claude Code, and we're finally doing it today, so I'm pretty excited about that. I guess some things to note is, the whole reason why we didn't switch to Claude Code a lot earlier was because I didn't want to go through the hassle of, figuring out Claude Code and the errors that would pop up when I was trying to get the project to work through Claude Code and import it over across. It was honestly, in my head, it sounded like a headache. You guys told me it was pretty easy, but in my head, on top of all the debugging that I had to do with Sway, I was like, dude, let's save this for after we launch. So we've finally submitted the app, and I think we're good to switch over. So I'm pretty excited about that. Now, alongside switching to Claude Code, we're also going to change our IDE. And so that comes to our second thing, which is we're going to find the best multi-terminal IDE for me, okay? Now I want to highlight the for me part because I feel like you guys have been giving me some mad technical tools, man. Like some hella technical shit that just shows a bunch of code, and it honestly scares me. So I'm going to find one that's like a nice little sweet spot for myself. I've got a few in mind, you know, obviously you've got Warp, you've got Conductor for MacBook, which I'm really excited to check out. There's a few others out there, of course. So we're going to look into what is the best multi-terminal IDE. I don't even know if I'm using the right terminology. Multi-terminal, is that what you call it? It's probably called some other crazy shit. And then after we figure that out, I want to Vibecode our own promo video using Remotion. Now, obviously Sway, we've just launched it. It's currently getting reviewed by the Solana Dapp store team. So there's really nothing we can do. There's like a few days that are going to go by now where they're just going to be reviewing it, and it's going to be a bit of back and forth. So we can't really do anything about it. So what I kind of want to do this live stream is let's make a promo video for Sway. And then lastly, I'm sure you guys have been hearing about the hype, but I want to know what the fuck Claudebot is, man. Everyone, my entire Twitter is completely flooded with Claudebot. Like if we go to my X right now, I guarantee you one of the first posts is going to be Claudebot. Let's see, you got, boom, Claudebot. Scroll some more. Are we going to get another one? One more, come on. Give it to me. All right, maybe not. We got one Claude. I mean, there's a Claude one there. But Claudebot is blowing up right now, and it's honestly insane. So I want to know what it is. There's another one right here, Claudebot. Dude, it got retweeted by Brave, man. Like, what the hell? Is that not just insane? The Brave browser themselves retweeted it. So this is Claudebot. Everyone is talking about it, and their freaking grandma and their grandma's dog is talking about this thing. So I really want to look into this, understand it, see if it could even benefit us and our live streams at all. But yeah, pretty exciting video. Now, tomorrow, I kind of plan this week to be a bit interesting because I want this live stream to just be, you know, we're kind of just hanging out. I want to figure out Claude Code. I want to change my environment that I'm developing in, that I'm vibe coding in. I want to learn what Claudebot is. I want to do the Remotion stuff because these have constantly kind of popped up in the previous live streams, and I've kind of had them in the back of my mind that I've wanted to test it out, but I really haven't had the opportunity to. So this is kind of that live stream for this. Is, you know, obviously doing the number one most requested thing, which is switching to Claude Code. But then what I want to do, and I think this could be really fun, is the rest of the week, I want to see if there's some small tools that we could build that could potentially bump our revenue up a little bit. Because, you know, we've got some time. Sway is literally waiting for reviews. So I think in the next 4 days, it could be a mini challenge within the series where we try and build some sort of tooling or some really small thing that we can just launch within a week. And let's see if we could even make like any sales out of it. I think that could be really fun to just see, because sometimes I feel like people think that, you know, building an app and like, you know, starting a business can take a lot longer than it needs to. You know what I mean? So it would be really cool if we could, honestly, ideally, most ideal situation would be we build something within 48 hours and we get our first sale within a week. I feel like that's a really good demonstration to people who are like overthinking starting out, and just kind of showing everyone that, you know, you don't need to overthink it. But yeah, what's good? Hardhead, how we doing? Good, how are you today? I'm fantastic. I'm not gonna lie, I'm fantastic. The crazy thing is, and I haven't really shared this yet, but I have started 75 hard. So quick little life update for you guys. I'm not sure if you are familiar with what 75 hard is. But I started today, my first day. And basically it involves, let me see. ChatGPT, please explain to us in plain English what 75 hard challenge is. And so I've just woken up at 5:30 this morning to go to the gym because basically what you got to do is you got to do 2 workouts every single day that last at least 45 minutes. And one needs to be indoors, one needs to be outdoors. So you've got like gym in the morning and then running in the afternoon. Then you got to drink at least 4 liters of water a day, which is like, holy fuck. I don't even know if I drink 1 sometimes. You got to read 10 pages of a book, and you got to take a cute little selfie every single day. And you got to do it and now this is the crazy part, you got to do it every day for 75 days. So if you're gymming and you usually do like 5 days a week, dude, I got to do 7 days a week for 75 days straight. So I'm kind of doing this because I feel like I'm getting a bit out of shape. I used to gym a lot, and ever since I moved out, I've been a bit slack with it. Maybe it's the relationship weight, I'm not really sure, but I'm planning to just go hard for the next 75 days, which means I'll be really tight on schedule and sticking to a routine, which means you'll probably see a lot more of me. So I'm excited to, I guess, share my progress along the way with you guys on that as well. How much does it cost to make an app on the Dapp store? So I think when I did it live on stream yesterday or the other day, day 19, it cost us around, it wasn't a lot of money. It was like $25 to $50 max, I reckon. It wasn't a whole lot of money. It's practically free. The main cost was like paying for storage and stuff because they host the app themselves. What up, Burp? Codex over Claude? I mean, we'll see. So for those wondering, we've actually already downloaded Claude. You can see, if I was to go on the terminal, search Claude, it just pops up. Here you go. Yes, continue. So I'm a little bit familiar with Claude already. Like, as far as my knowledge goes, I've actually set up a little bit of a system with Obsidian, and this is really good for anyone that's interested in creating content. But basically the way it works is I basically find a tweet that I really like, and Claude will basically go through it and create a short form piece of content. Like I can show you real quick. So if I was to go terminate, if I was to go to the actual section where, and dude, I've been pumping out the short streams as well. Not sure if you guys have been seeing any of them, but if I was to go, I put it in a really weird spot because I'm a bit dumb. Is it this one? No, Doobie's Notes. Okay, so there's this, right? And if I was to just open Claude in this terminal at this folder, so basically I'm going to show you the entire flow, and this is really good if you want to get into content creation. But basically you want to how do I look at my volts? All right, so let's say I go to X, and I'm scrolling through X and I find a tweet that goes viral, right? Usually what I've found is that the tweets that go viral on X can make for good long form pieces of content. So if I just go here and then I see this one, Claudebot's obviously been popping off. On the top right here, you can see I've got this Obsidian note-taking app, and this is able to actually scrape whatever's on my page right now. And I'm just gonna go ahead and say Doobie's Notes and put it in clippings. And it's gonna say, usually it actually shows, because it's an article, usually you gotta do it with a tweet. So let's try and find a tweet. Yeah, search up Claudebot. We know that's been popping off. Here. So let's do this. So we found this tweet. It's doing decent engagement. This guy's only got 21,000 followers. His post has gotten 64,000 views. So we know this post has done well. So what this actually does, this little tool up here, it's called Obsidian, by the way, is it's going to scrape everything on this page, including the content, as well as some of the replies. And what I can do is put it into my clippings. And you'll see here now, it's just added it to my clippings file right here. And if you were to actually go into your notes, you could actually find it right here in your clippings folder. And so now what I can ask Claude Code is, we have these examples and then we have these final drafts. And I'll say to Claude Code, looking at the thread by Naruto 11, let's use the example of Claude longform outline to create a final draft around this Claudebot topic. Boom. And then it's just going to run. It's still running. What up, Conductor? How did you make 36K? All right, let's see if this command works. I made a command for this. Is it gonna work? Maybe not. All right, that's embarrassing. All right, so yes. Helios, what up? Yo, how was release and what are you planning? Release, well, oh, there you go. So that's the command, basically tells you what happened. But the release is good. We have submitted our app and we're just waiting for the guys to review it and publish it, which usually takes a few days. So we've got a bit of free room now to just chill. All right, let's have a look at the final draft. So now you can see just from a single tweet that we saw that went viral, we've got these pre-video questions, which is by the end of the video, you will. The purpose of this video is to, why is it important that someone watches this video, and a good hook for this video. So looking at the hook, in 8 hours, an AI bot cleared my emails, booked my flights, signed me up for a dating app, matched me with 4 women, scheduled 4 dates at different restaurants, and told me what to wear. Then it said, best of luck, kid. I just realized I didn't even read the tweet. This is obviously a sarcastic tweet. I didn't even read it. Oh, I just realized the command actually cuts out halfway. So what the heck, the revenue clickbait? No, Mr. Aloni, not clickbait. If you actually look at the last 2 days, I've live streamed everything, but we've had a crazy last 2 days. We got a fat developer allocation, which is just ridiculous, honestly. So question people are going to have when watching the hook, and this is all mainly just for you to understand, as well as giving Claude Code the any kind of relative context for it to create a good script. And then here you go, and then down, and then I would say please do some in-depth research and create a draft script at the end of the Claudebot final draft notes. Man, I definitely could have used a better example, but I feel like this is kind of showing you guys. How did you get the allocation? I mean, you can see up here the funds, but how did I get the allocation? You can see, yeah, I made a post about it. It is this one. So basically, as a developer, Solana very kindly rewarded me with a $750,000 Seeker allocation. Now, I'm extremely happy about this. I was basically able to sell at an average price of like, it was like 4.5 cents Australian. And so, you know, if you just do the maths, it basically ends up to a little bit over $30,000. So yeah, this is just through being very strategic about where I decided to launch my app. You know, I feel like every single person in the world would have probably launched on either the App Store or the Play Store. I'm probably one of like, I mean, I know how many. I'm one of 280 individuals because I've seen the numbers. I'm very aware of the statistics. But I'm one of 280 developers who decided to launch on their Solana Seeker ecosystem. And we all got rewarded very lucratively. And so basically sold my entire allocation at around 4.5 cents, which is close to all-time high actually. Like if we look at the token now, you can see it's actually come down a fair bit. Yeah, it's come down to 2.2 cents. So we sold around here. This is kind of our sell point right now. Yo, do you know Bridgemind? Yes, man. Of course I know Bridgemind. He's a massive inspiration. I really enjoy his content and I fuck with what he's doing. But yeah, Aloni, this is basically how he made a shit ton of money in like 3 days. It's not clickbait. It's completely real. You know, fact check it. You can look at my previous live streams. I literally claim the tokens on stream and I also sell the tokens on stream. So you can literally see everything. You can even see me on like my first 2-3 days of this series preaching to you guys to launch through this freaking ecosystem because I knew that they were going to reward us quite well. I didn't think they were going to reward us this well, but I did know that they were going to reward us pretty well. And so you can even scroll back to the first few live streams and see that I was preaching this pretty hard. But yeah, so what I want to do is I want to get into the Claude Code and multi-terminal IDEs. So what do you guys use? Like, what do you guys use for your, I guess, IDEs? Hey, keep it up, man. Much love. I'll send 2 more messages to get that XP. Haha. Appreciate you, Ing32. Crazy. That's like a lottery. I mean, you could say it's a lottery, but you know, I've been in crypto for close to a decade now. So a part of it is also just game theory. Like I kind of knew that they were going to do this. And so, you know, if you speculate and you prepare in advance, you know, I already kind of liked launching my app on there because they had a good ecosystem of users, you know, obviously crypto focused community. and user base. So, you know, me launching crypto apps, it kind of made sense for me to launch on there already. On top of the fact that I've literally got the Seeker phone right now. As a user, I got about 40,000 of the token. So way less allocation. But as a developer, I got a lot higher of an allocation. So I'm not going to count the user allocation to the live stream kind of revenue, but I'll count the developer allocation because, you know, I kind of got it but from launching my app, you know, and I think that's fair. If you guys don't think it's fair, then let me know. I'm open to hearing feedback. Obviously, I want to make this live stream and this challenge and this series as legit as possible. And, you know, if you guys, the people that, you know, essentially make the live stream legit, don't tell anyone, don't tell my alter ego, don't really think that it's fair that I increased my revenue by such a large amount. I'm open to talking about it and figuring out what makes sense. But what are we thinking? So people are saying Antigravity is free and has a lot of tools. So you got through the launch with Allminer on Seeker? Yep, that's pretty much it. Antigravity with open code and terminal. Antigravity for heavy work. Then GLM 4.7 in OC for general stuff. GLM 4.7. All right, so we got GLM 4.7. I have downloaded Antigravity, but let's look at it again. What else have we got? We got VS Code plus Warp. Anyone using Codex? $200 cursor includes $500 of tokens, by the way. Okay, that's good to know. Use open code. Nothing is better than it. Open code. Damn, okay. All right. All right, let me put some lo-fi beats on. Is that too loud? That's not too loud, is it? I'll put it a little bit lower. All right, so we've got Warp. You guys aren't mentioning the one that I want to check out, man. What is this shit? I was hoping one of you guys would mention the one that I want to look into, which is Conductor. And then I could just now I have to just throw it in there and it looks wrong, you know? Because I'm asking for your suggestions. God damn it. All right, so there's this one called Conductor that I want to check out as well. And Conductor, the reason why I am interested in Conductor is because a lot of within my personal network are using Conductor. So, you know, when I built the Allminer, for example, my biggest competitor, which is generating like 10 times the volume that I was, built their app on Conductor. And ever since they mentioned it, I've been seeing it pop up here and there on the timeline. No one has pushed it really hard, but a lot of smart people within my personal kind of network have mentioned Conductor. So this is like kind of a low-key one that I want to check out. But we've got GLM, Google's Antigravity, Warp, Open Code, and Conductor. Is there anyone else that has a recommendation? I'm going to look at all of them. But let me know now because I want to kind of lock it in. What are you using right now? Dude, I'm using Replit, bro. The #1 most requested thing that I do on this live stream is swap from Replit to Claude Code. So I've actually been meaning to do this for quite a while now. Teach us something. Yeah, I'll try my best, Helios. Hello, Fish Dev, how we doing? Anyone using Codex? Codex is, I believe, an option that you can pick on Conductor. All right, no more. Let's have a look. So GLM 4.7, advancing the coding capability. Actually, let's turn lo-fi beats off because I feel like I'm gonna need to watch videos. Your new coding partner is coming with the following features. Core coding. Vibecoding takes a major step forward in UI quality. It produces cleaner, more modern web pages and generates better looking slides with more accurate layout and sizing. Okay, blah, blah, blah. This all that kind of goes over your head, you know. We've got, okay, AGI is a long journey, and benchmarks are only one way to evaluate performance, while the metrics provide necessary checkpoints. The most important thing is still how it feels. True intelligence isn't just about acing a test or processing data faster. Ultimately, the success of AGI will be measured by how seamlessly it integrates into our live coding this time. So they've got Kimi K2, DeepSeek, Gemini 3 Pro. Damn, okay. Claude Code, Sonnet. That's actually a pretty interesting take, you know. It's about how it feels. Because, I mean, even looking at these benchmarks, right? Like, obviously, Claude Code is a clear winner. So it's interesting to see, like, you know, when Gemini's ahead of Claude Code. Oh, this is Claude Sonnet. They haven't got Opus on here. Is that just because Opus would just blow it out the park? That's interesting. I 100% reckon that's the case. Voxel Garden. So what you're trying to say is you can create Roblox games using this. Okay. What I'm more interested about, is there like a video? I feel like I learn best from videos. Like, people can write all they want, right? Z.ai, is that what the freaking... Damn, these guys literally copied Elon, because Elon is x.com. They literally got Z. It's kind of funny. Interesting. I paid roughly 30 Oz for the year for GLM. Good value, but not the best. The thing is, I'm not on a low budget. Like, I'm happy to spend money. You guys saw with Replit, I was literally spending $2.5 grand a month to build my app. Like, the budget isn't an issue. I just want to use the best of the best. You feel me? So, you know, you guys are also saying Antigravity is pretty solid and it's quite cheap, but like, I don't love the workflow with Antigravity. In one of the earlier live streams, we did kind of review it briefly, and I don't love Antigravity. I think there is no best IDE. Everyone's got a preference, right? I mean, Google's Antigravity is... I like that it's easily able to integrate into Google's like APIs, because you've got like Firebase and you can kind of just implement the database and everything, the Google's authentication quite easily, because it's just plugged into that ecosystem, which I can definitely see a use case for it. All right, let's play the intro.
Every breakthrough in model intelligence for coding encourages us to rethink what development should look like. Gemini 3 is our latest such model advancement. So, we went out to build the next step change of an IDE. Introducing Google Antigravity, a new way of working for this next era.
No point looking into anything. There's only Opus for coding. I'm aware that we're using Claude Code Opus for coding, but what's the IDE that we're going to kind of run it on is what I'm trying to figure out.
Era of agentic intelligence. It is the ideal agentic development home base. Does it have an IDE? Yes, but it also has a whole lot more. We started with the core IDE.
This guy looks trustworthy.
Evolve the IDE
you guys getting that?
Agent first feature, such as browser use, asynchronous interaction.
Google was like, we're trying to cast for the most trustworthy looking person we can find. And they found this guy.
And an additional novel agent first product form factor, helping you.
Look at this guy. That's a very trustworthy face, man. I trust that guy with my life.
Experience liftoff.
Dude,
Your new focus is
that was
architecting-
kind of hype.
Experience liftoff.
Your new
Shit.
focus is architecting the solution.
Alright, now this guy's gonna steal your girl in your sleep, man. I can tell. This guy ain't.
Not
This guy
implementing
ain't here for the
step.
boys, man.
So congratulations. You have been elevated to a manager of agents.
This guy's all about the
Instead
hose
of
before
an
the
agent
bros.
living in your tools are now instruments for many agents. The agent begins to work autonomously by creating an
Whoa,
implementation plan
that's kind of
and
cool.
activating multiple surfaces. The agent living
Let's get
in
back
your,
a bit.
You have been elevated, not implementing every single step. So congratulations. You have been elevated to a manager of agents. Instead of an agent living in your tools are now instruments for many agents. The agent begins to work autonomously by creating an implementation plan and activating multiple.
Yo, you see that? You guys noticing that? Google is literally using Apple's glass. Interesting how Apple's kind of set that trend, hey?
The agent begins to work autonomously by creating an implementation plan and activating multiple surfaces to
Interesting. I like that.
complete your request. Our agent is more capable, tackling complex tasks.
Dude, that mug that he's holding looks so awkward, dude. You know he hasn't taken a sip out of that mug yet.
And even doing so in parallel, letting you ship more than ever before.
You can verify your code quality at a glance.
Yo, this guy's trouble. Come on, man. This guy's trouble. You know this guy's trouble. Bring the other guy back. What happened to the other guy?
Then ship with absolute confidence. The agent can automatically take browser screenshots of bug fixes or even screen recordings of feature implementations, proving the work was done and tested. By providing these instant, verifiable artifacts, automatically take browser screenshots of bug fixes or even screen recordings of feature implementations, proving the work was done and tested. By providing these instant,
This is cool.
verifiable artifacts, you can confidently trust and merge the code.
This was the one thing when I was testing out Google's Antigravity that was really cool, is seeing it kind of just automatically go onto a browser and test out the features.
Without hours of manual review.
Antigravity eliminates
Hours of manual review, crazy, man. I don't know. Because when I was testing it out, it was a bit buggy as well, you know?
the pain of trying to polish near perfect results by easily guiding the agent's 90% solution all the way to 100%. Now let's say the agent produces a landing page mockup with Nano Banana, and you now want to make some UI adjustments. You can give visual comments just like a designer, letting you leave
The Nano Banana integration is pretty solid as well. Like Nano Banana is so freaking powerful, it's insane.
feedback exactly where the problem is. And you can also leave comments on code diffs or feedback on screen recordings of browser use.
That's the other thing that I really like about Google's Antigravity is the fact that you can draw on top of the website and like add little notes and stuff, and Google can just review that. It's way better than, you know, taking a screenshot, pasting it into the chat and being like, yo, I don't like this.
It's a brand new way of
For anyone that's been watching the live streams, you guys have seen, I've literally had to swap between Canva and Replit because I literally take a screenshot, go into Canva, draw on it, paste it into Replit, and that's like the workflow. What I like is that Google kind of does everything in-house.
collaborating with agents, and you're gonna love it.
Say goodbye to what
Here we,
got
hey,
before.
they knew to show him back at the end. They knew it.
Welcome to Google Antigravity.
Let's go. Pretty cool intro video. That's so funny. I love that. That was a good video. I'm not gonna lie. The intro videos sold me. So far, I think the winner is Antigravity. Let's have a look at Warp. Now, Warp is what BridgeMind uses, I believe, which is kind of how I heard about it as well. What up, Nefarious? How we doing? Maybe he's an actor. Either he's an actor or he's like the founder or some shit. Some interesting things you should totally check out. Pencil AI UI, Agent Flywheel. The implementation plan is not good for Antigravity. Open Code or Claude Code, that's it. Claude Code Max subscription cannot be used inside Open Code. Interesting. Yo, what up, Doquan? I added the 2 URLs to Discord. Let's have a look. We're currently trying to find the best IDE. Is this what you use, Nathoris? All right, so we got Warp and the terminal with agents built in. We've got Open Code, Conductor, Agent Flywheel, and Pencil. Currently, Google Antigravity is winning. A new way to build an agentic development environment. So I tell you what, one thing that does scare me a bit about Warp, and I've watched a few of Bridgemind's live streams, and it just looks very code heavy. Like it does show you a lot of code, which is a bit scary. Like look at this. See, like I can't look at like the logs and understand what's going on. You know what I mean? So Warp, as powerful as it sounds, it feels a bit intimidating. I'm not gonna lie. Tightest feedback loop, steer agents to go from prompt to shippable feature. Agent writes code. So prompt and plan your work. Tell the agent what you want to do and provide any context. Use plan to create a detailed, tweakable roadmap before execution begins. Agent writes code. Warp writes code tailored to your code base. Every line is visible, editable, and can redirect the agent at any time without stopping it. Review and reprompt. Warp's code review interface helps you understand and refine code. Ask an agent to refine a specific diff or edit the file in Warp's lightweight editor. Ship and maintain. Warp operates across the whole software lifecycle. When your code is ready, ship it, monitor logs, look into production errors, and more. Okay. Got a nice little review. Full development lifecycle, complete tasks across the software lifecycle without leaving Warp. I mean, that's pretty cool. Ideally, like that's kind of every single platform. So this feels like a bit of a nothing burger because I feel like this is every single IDE, you know? Like every single IDE should be able to complete the entire task without leaving its environment, you know? Replit, I was able to do it. Antigravity, you can do it. Like this feels like a nothing burger. Maybe it's for people that aren't familiar with Vibecoding. State of the art. Warp has everything you expect from a modern agentic development tool. Access all your context through MCP. Use MCP to make external context available to Warp. Add MCP servers from services like Linear. I keep forgetting what MCP is. Please explain, like I am 15, what is MCP in the context of Vibecoding? I keep forgetting. Is a multi-context, multimodal context protocol. Translation into human language. It's a way for your AI to remember how your app works and talks to your tools properly instead of guessing every time. I mean, I'm aware of that, but it says access all your context through MCP. So use MCP to make external context available to Warp. So you can add context from services like, okay, no, this makes sense. Okay, so MCP servers from services like Linear, Figma, Slack, and Sentry. Now, just to fully understand this, I'm just going to screenshot it, paste it into chat, GPT, and ask, in the context of this screenshot, please explain. Right, this screenshot is MCP in its actual practical form, not the abstract nerd explanation. Here's what's really going on. Explain like you're 15, blah, blah, blah. The screenshot is basically saying, hey, your AI doesn't have to live inside one chat box anymore. Normally when you vibe code, the AI only knows what you paste into the prompt. So it's blind to you, your Figma designs, your linear tickets, your Slack convos, your error logs in Sentry, which means you keep doing this circus act. Here's the design, here's the bug, here's the context. Here's what we already tried over and over and over. MCP fixes that by letting tools plug directly into the AI. In this screenshot, Warp, the terminal, is saying, if you connect MCP servers, I can see your tools. So instead of you explaining things, the AI can literally pull context from Figma, Linear, Slack, Sentry, not summaries, not screenshots, the real data. Think of MCP like USB-C for AI. That's a good analogy. Before MCP, AI only sees what you copy paste. After MCP, AI can plug into your entire workspace. That is actually really cool. So in vibe coding terms, this is the jump from AI that helps you write code to AI that understands what you're building. Concrete example using you without MCP, you say, fix the bug in my app. AI says, okay, but what app, what file, what error, what context? With MCP, AI can literally see the error from Sentry, the feature spec from Linear, the UI intent from Figma, okay, I'm not gonna lie, this within itself is selling me on Warp. The feature spec from Linear, the UI intent from Figma, the repo structure, and then respond like, this error is happening because the API response doesn't match the, dude, this is kind of cool. This is kind of cool. Like I had an inkling of what MCP was, but I didn't know it was this powerful. This error is happening because blah, that's the leap. So when the screenshot says access all your context through MCP, what it really means is stop explaining, start building. The AI finally gets eyes instead of just ears, which is kind of important if you want to stop hallucinating its way through your code base like it's guessing exam answers. Dude, that's actually kind of crazy. Worked a bit with Antigravity and it's pretty easy to use. Just as a hint, Warp is also not good. The best out of the box IDE is Zenflow, Zencoder, but it's expensive as fuck. You're best off piecing together the code from Agent Flywheel and just using Claude Code, Open Code. Zenflow, Zencoder. Okay. This is the new thing, just need to set up a dedicated PC for it. This will require WhatsApp as an IDE or any chat. That's really cool. Model context protocol is just tools, that's all it is. It's a way for an agent to run tools. Yeah, like if you have a Figma design and your agent will have that as context, okay, to build your app. MCP is not context low, it is tools. Tools can fetch context from other things like Figma, but it can do anything. It's just tools calling. Everything uses MCP. Literally everything. Warp is not unique. Does Warp have a IDE or is it just a terminal? I'm pretty sure, isn't Warp the IDE? Like you run Claude Code Max or whatever your plan is through Warp, right? Control how Warp's agent. So what Nethoris is saying is what I just learned about MCP is not as amazing as Warp makes it out to be because all the IDEs use it. Is that right? Control how Warp's agent behaves with industry standard MD files. Compatible with agents, lets you consolidate information to share with agents. A powerful prompt editor. Universal inputs lets you add rich context to your prompts, use @ to search files, upload images or attach URLs. Warp will index all attached assets to inform responses. Private and secure, transparency and control at every touch, complete control, your data secure, full transparent. The path to tenant developer. Okay. Okay. I'm not gonna lie, I think Warp is gonna go in the test bucket. I think Warp, I wanna try it. What's pricing? So for the free plan, developers who want a modern terminal and are getting started with AI, limited access to Frontier, OpenAI, Anthropic, and Google models, limited code base indexing, state-of-the-art modern terminal, individual configured zero data retention, 1,500 AI credits, ambient first party into what's ambient? Cloud connected background agents that run automatically from schedules. Built-in triggers that launch ambient agents that from tools like Slack. Okay, so if you actually want to use their like multi-MCP integration, you got to have the paid version. Access to reload credits and volume-based discounts. Bring your own API key. Highest code base indexing limits. Unlimited warp drive objects and collaboration. Private email support. Okay, but to actually just use this as an IDE, you can do it for free, right? Alright, I'm gonna download it. We got our first download. And open code. So open code is the open source AI coding agent. Free models included or connect any model from any provider, including Claude, GPT, Gemini, and more. Free models included. Well, I wonder what that means. Like what, you can just code for free? Okay. So this looks a bit code heavy, I'm not gonna lie. Straight off the rip, I'm a bit scared. What is open code? Open code is an open source agent that helps you write code in your terminal. Okay, that makes a bit more sense. So it lets you write it directly in your terminal. Is that what you're trying to say? LSP enabled automatically loads the right LSPs from the LLM. What does LSPs mean in the context of LLMs? LSPs is one of those acronyms that sounds deep into you guys as just engineering being allergic to plain English. Thanks, ChatGPT. Language Server Protocol. Red squiggly lines. And LSP is the thing that gives your editor smart powers. This is what I was talking about with Antigravity allowing you to draw on top of it. Your code editor doesn't magically understand code to us and LSP. So it basically goes, hey, language server, does this make sense? No, that variable doesn't exist. Okay. Rulebook and referee. If you let the LLM run alone, it hallucinates. If you chain it to the LSP, it behaves like a real dev who can't lie about syntax. Stop the AI from inventing code. LLM decides what code to write. Okay. So is it like an additional kind of layer? Doesn't magically understand code. The LSP replies, no, that variable doesn't make sense. Also, you spelled it like a maniac. Now, where's this? This meets LLMs and Vibecoding. Normally, editor intelligence equals LSP, reasoning equals LLM. They live separate lives like divorced parents. Modern tools glue them together. Okay. So when people say LLM plus, they mean use the LSP for facts, use the LLM for thinking. Okay. Multi-session, start multiple agents in parallel on the same project. Okay, but I'm pretty sure Warp and does Google Antigravity do that as well? LSP isn't a unique selling point. Yeah, it doesn't sound like it. See, this feels like a nothing burger. This feels like a bit of a nothing burger. Share a link to any session for reference or to debug. Okay. GitHub Copilot. Log into GitHub to use your Copilot account. ChatGPT Plus Pro. Log in with OpenAI to use your ChatGPT. I mean, these features seem pretty basic. Available as a terminal interface. I mean, that seems kind of interesting. So it's saying that you could start multiple agents in parallel. And is that possible all within the terminal? Because if that's the case, that's not bad, right? Because the terminal takes up less like CPU usage, right? So you can ideally have more agents running if you are just using your terminal, right? The open source AI coding agent with over 80,000 GitHub stars. Okay, built for privacy first. Open code does not store any of your code. How do I use How do I use blah blah blah? What's Zen? Is this what you were talking about? Is Zen? Is it this? No, that's different. Okay, I'm not in love with open code. I'm not gonna lie. There was one. So was it Boris? Who's the creator of Claude Code? This guy, Boris. So in his thread that he wrote, that went kind of viral. Where is it? If I can find it. He wrote a viral thread. He's like, I'm the creator of Claude Code and this is how I use it. And I remember him mentioning a tool. Let me search up Boris. So I search up Boris Claude Code. It should come up with his thread. I'm Boris and I create it. Yeah, here we go. So what he uses is I run 5 Claude Code claudes in parallel in my terminal. I number my tabs 1 to 5 and use system notifications to know when a claude needs input. Okay, I also run 5 to 10 claudes on Claude.ai/code in parallel with my local claudes as I code in my terminal. I often hand off local sessions to web using or manually kick off sessions in Chrome, and sometimes I will teleport back and forth. I also start a few sessions from my phone, from the Claude iOS app, every morning and throughout the day, and check in on them later. Okay, so he doesn't even use one. I use Opus 4.5 with thinking for everything. It's the best coding model I've ever used. Our team shares a single Claude for the Claude Code repo. We check it into Git and the whole team contributes multiple times a week. Anytime we see Claude do something incorrectly, we add it to the Claude.md. During code review, I will often tag Claude on my coworkers' PRs to add something to the Claude.md as part of that PR. Most sessions start in plan mode, shift tab twice. My goal is to write. So he doesn't actually, I use a few sub agents regularly. We use a post tool use hook. I don't use dangerously skip permissions. Instead, I use permissions to pre-allow common bash commands that I know are safe in my environment. That's an interesting tip. Claude Code uses all my tools for me. For very long running tasks, I will either prompt Claude to verify its work with a background agent when it's done, use an agent stop hook to do that more deterministically, or use the Ralph Wiggum plugin. Damn, he literally mentions Ralph. There you go. A final tip, probably the most important thing to get great results out of Claude Code, give Claude a way to verify its work. If Claude has the feedback loop, it will 2 to 3x the quality of the final result. Claude tests every single change I land to Claude AI/code using the Claude Chrome extension. It opens a browser, tests the UI, and iterates until the code works. And the UX feels good. Verification looks different for each domain. It might be as simple as running a bash command or running a test suite or testing the app in a browser or phone simulator. Make sure to invest in making this rock solid. So he just uses it through his terminal. What's chat saying? Dude, chat spammed me. I think other IDEs like Cursor have MCP configurations, so not just Warp, but Warp looks goated, not gonna lie. Everything has MCP. The power users don't even use those. They use stuff like what Flywheel does. They use GPT 5.2 Pro for spec refinement planning. OpenCode and Claude Code are the only new terminals you need. OpenCode and Claude Code are exactly like how you use Replit. They're just over a terminal instead. The UI doesn't look as nice, but it is the same sort of experience. Or what you are doing right now in ChatGPT. All of the good terminals you use LSP. That's not a unique selling point. IDE is mainly for viewing and editing code. If you don't want to see code, just use Claude Code only. Here's where it's not a nothing burger. OpenCode can unify all your agents across all the providers, and you can use your original subscriptions. It can execute Claude Code, Gemini, etc. the terminals. Okay, OpenCode equals Claude Code, but open source. They do more or less the same stuff. Cocoa, not all. Claude Code can only use anthropic models. OpenCode can execute across terminals. It can execute Claude Code. So I could also use Codex if I wanted to through OpenCode, right? So that's GPT 5.2 as well as Opus 4.5 at the same time. What project am I working on? So we've just submitted Sway, which is our prediction markets mobile app. And we're waiting for the review team to get back to us, which is probably going to take a few days. So we've got a bit of free time to just try out some new terminals. I want to switch from new terminals. That was probably the most non-technical thing I could have ever said, right? Try out some new terminals. That's funny. But yeah, but basically switching from Reddit to Claude Code and just kind of finding out the best IDE to use it in. Cocoa, blah, 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 blah. Okay. All right, so Claude Code has a Chrome extension, which allows it to test your app. That's pretty cool. All right, so we've looked at now. All right, now I want to look into Conductor, and I'm not going to lie, this is probably the one I'm most excited about. And the reason that is because, like I said, a lot of people within my close circle have mentioned that they use Conductor. And these guys are really smart. I'm not going to lie. They've built apps that are a lot bigger than mine. And so when they talk, I listen. So I'm pretty interested in Conductor personally. Now, that doesn't mean I'm going to switch to Conductor, but it's kind of front of mind for me right now. And I kind of just want to compare it to the rest of everything else. Now, I've already downloaded it. Let's get rid of this. I have already downloaded it. You can see here. Where is it? Right here. And I'm kind of interested to see how this works. So for those who don't know, Conductor, run a team of coding agents on your Mac. Now what I like is it's MacBook specific. Obviously this is like personal preference, but because I use a Mac and it's kind of, you know, built for a Mac, I feel like there are certain things that and features that I get that are very specific to my personal device that I'm using. And I noticed with, I don't know how many content creators are watching right now, but I use this thing called Screen Studio to record my screen at times. And this is the best screen recorder on the market, right? It shits on OBS, it shits on everything. And it's only available on Mac. And it's very specific to, you know, the Mac device and how you can use it. But yeah, it's only available on your MacBook, and it is hands down the best screen recording app out there, like hands down, right? And they also have a lifetime deal where you can spend like, I think it's like $200, and you just get the app for life, which is really cool. So I'm really open to Conductor because it is Mac specific. Let's have a look at the docs. But yeah, some pretty big names definitely talking about Conductor. If we go to X, and you know, Conductor isn't that well known. So I've noticed that if I search it up on Google, it doesn't really show that many times. But you can see like some guys definitely talking about it. It's definitely not as big as some of these other IDEs like Warp and stuff.
To attach GitHub issues. So if you press Command I, we will.
But yeah, I think this is pretty cool. They're hiring. I don't know what that tells you guys, but I feel like that's a good sign. You know, maybe I'm looking into it a bit too hard, but how it works: add your repo, Conductor clones it, and works entirely on your Mac. Deploy agents. Each Claude code you spin up gets an isolated workspace. That's really interesting that it says Claude Code, because if you actually go on Conductor, you are able to actually switch between Claude Code and Codex. So they're just going to completely ignore the fact that they can do that and just say, yep, our users are going to use Claude Code. So that's actually really interesting language that they're using on their website. Conduct, see who's working, what needs attention, and review code. Frequently asked questions, does Conductor use work trees? Yes, each Conductor workplace is a new Git work tree. Which coding agents does Conductor support? Claude Code and Codex. I mean, those are the main ones, right? Who else do we need outside of that? Want to see something else? Email us. How does Conductor pay for Claude Code? Conductor uses Claude Code, however you're logged in. So if you're logged in to Claude Code with an API key, Conductor will use that. If you're logged in with the Claude Pro or Max plan, Conductor will use that. We built Conductor using Conductor. We think you'll like it as much as we do. Okay, now if we look at the docs, we've got a video. All right, let's watch the video. Let's have a look at this.
Hello, I am super excited to show you Conductor, the Mac app that lets you run a bunch of Claude codes all at once. So we're using Conductor to build Conductor, so I thought it'd be cool to kick things off by using Conductor to improve itself. So I'm going to press Command N and say, can you make it so when the AI finishes working, we hear a choo-choo sound effect? Now I'm going to press Enter, and now Claude Code is going to work on my task. And it's just like Claude Code that we're used to in the command line, except now it's in this beautiful Mac app. But the coolest part of Conductor is that we can have a bunch of Claude codes working all in parallel. So we can see in the sidebar, each one of these workspaces is an isolated copy of our code base that Claude Code can work in without interfering with other Claude codes. And we can see that we have one Claude Code here working on fixing some bugs. This Claude Code is working on adding themes. And we can see at a glance what all our Claudes are working on and if they need our attention. There's a lot more to discover under the hood. Like we have Git diff viewer, where you can review Claude's codes, Claude Code's code. We have an integrated terminal, which supports multiple.
I'll tell you what I like about Conductor is it hides the code. Like you can see, all you're seeing is text.
Terminal
and then
pane.
Once you actually click on, you know, the Git diffs and stuff, that's when you can actually review the code. So I do kind of like that. I'm not going to lie.
So you can run your app and test it. And we integrate with your Git status so you can create a PR and merge all from within Conductor. Super excited to hear your thoughts, and thanks for watching.
That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. So Conductor is packed with features. Your first workspace. Once you've installed Conductor, it's time to add your first repository. You can add a repo from a local folder or from a Git URL. Conductor requires you to log in to GitHub. After you add a repo, Conductor will create a new workspace for you. Each workspace is isolated copy and branch of your Git repo. You can create new workspaces at any time by using Command N or clicking the three dots. This allows you to create a workspace from a specific branch, GitHub pull request, a linear issue. This is useful when you want to work on multiple features in parallel or start work on an existing issue or PR. You now have two choices. You can open the workspace in your favorite IDE and keep developing there. You can use the built-in chat to ask Claude Code to help you with your project. Damn, that's pretty bold of them to think that they're our favorite IDE. Interesting. Workflow. Here's our recommendation for how to get the most out of Conductor. All right, let's have a look at this. Actually, before you look, let me have a look at chat. I feel like you guys are going off right now. Conductor can do what OpenCode does. Conductor is a good tool. Conductor is Mac only though. Start with the $20 plan, the upgrading plan on your usage. What's Umber saying? Umber, what up, bro? Welcome to the live stream. Hey guys, I'm using Cursor as an IDE and mainly Claude models available there. Considering buying a Claude plan and use Claude Code in terminal, what plan should I pick? I use it daily as a SaaS founder. Nethoria is saying if you want the simplest possible solution, then literally use Gastown or AutoClaude. And then Coco said to start with the $20 plan, then upgrade depending on your usage. Nethoria is working on an IDE as well. That's pretty cool. Have you tried Letter? I have not tried Letter. Is that an IDE? Letter. Let's have a look. Added it. Experts just use the thing in Tmux for parallel execution. Flywheel has most best solutions. Conductor looks like fun, not gonna lie. I might put that on the back burner to learn after I deploy my app. Why not just Cursor plus Claude Code? Anyone got any SaaS business ideas for me? I'll have a look at your letter, Yusuf. Why not Claude Code? I'm not gonna. Why not Cursor? I mean, we can look at Cursor. You know what? I keep putting Cursor off, but it's been mentioned enough times for me to check it out. I will say it's a bit scary, but not gonna lie, I made that opinion when I first started, and I feel like I've grown as a developer since then. So we can look at Cursor for sure, but I'm not gonna lie, Conductor looking pretty solid. Conductor looking pretty solid. Anyone got any SaaS ideas for business ideas for me? I mean, tomorrow, if you guys tune in tomorrow, I'm literally going to try, and I'm going to try, all right? That's why I'm going to emphasize the try part. But we're going to have a few days free before Sway gets accepted into the Solana Dapp store. So in those few days, I kind of want to see if we can come up with an idea, build the app, launch it, and get our first sale within like, I'm going to say like 4 or 5 days. Because, I don't know, I feel like that could be a really fun experiment and kind of show people that maybe it's worth just trying the thing, you know? You don't need to be a perfectionist and spend months on it. I want to see if it's possible to, you know, maybe we can build and launch an app within literally 5 days, less than a week. A week max. I'm going to say within 1 week, I want to see if we can build an app, come up with the idea, launch it, and get our first sale. And that would be pretty interesting. Now, obviously, I just realized a thing with that is I'm live streaming. So I'm going to tell you guys not to buy the app because I would like for it to be organic. So maybe I got to think of an idea that you guys wouldn't like. Something niche, like women's makeup or something. I don't know. All right, let's look at this workflow video.
Hello, I am going to walk you through adding your first repository and then going through the basic Conductor workflow. So let's add our first repository. I'm going to add the Conductor marketing page, which we have at multilab/Conductor marketing. So you can paste any Git URL into this field if you choose to clone from a URL. You can also click Open a Project and open up a local repo that you have, or you can even click Start, and Conductor will create a new repository for you. But I'm going to start with the URL.
Has he fast forwarded his voice? He's talking so fast.
So put in our marketing repo. You could also put in the full URL, and let's now clone. Although I'm going to skip this step because I already have Conductor cloned, Conductor marketing clone. So we're going to make a new workspace, and each workspace is a isolated copy of our repo. So you can see on the right, all the files have been copied over, and we're ready to make some changes. And so let's first spin up the apps. So we can see it, npm run dev. And now let's say, can you add a button? Also put in the full URL, and let's now clone. Although I'm going to skip this step because I already have Conductor cloned, Conductor marketing clone. So we're going to make a new workspace, and each workspace is a isolated copy of our repo. So you can see on the right, all the files have been.
Okay, so on the left you create a workspace, and on the right you have your repo
Copy
files.
Over, and we're ready to make some changes. And so let's first spin up the app so we can see it, npm run dev. And now let's say, can you add a button in the top right that toggles on off dark mode? Okay, so while Claude is working, let's open up the URL. So this is what the site looks like right now. And we can see that Claude is going to now look around the repo and then make the changes we want. While Claude is working on that, I'm going to spin up another workspace. So the coolest part of Conductor is that you can have multiple agents running at the same time in isolated environments of your repository. So I can click New Workspace or press Command-N, and I could say, let's add a new tab to the top of the navbar that says About
Welcome
Us.
to the stream, the gate meow.
Now let's go check in on our dark mode toggle. You can see it's made some changes. The changes are over here, and it looks like it's refreshing the app as it works. Let's go back to this workspace and see how it's doing. So a couple of concepts to think about here. One is generally I make a new workspace when I'm working on a new feature or a new bug. You can think of each new workspace as like a
Okay, so create a new workspace when you're creating on a new feature or a new bug. Interesting. That's definitely a workflow that I'm not used to, since Replit would always just be under the one chat. I'm wondering, like, do you guys reckon it's possible to, on one hand, you are kind of designing the landing page while on the other hand you're kind of developing the backend at the same time? That's possible, right?
linear ticket or a Jira ticket. It's like one isolated item of work that you work on, that you want your agent to work on. Okay, so it looks like the dark mode agent is finished, and so now let's test it out. So we have the local version running over here. I can click this, okay, and it works well. So normally the way I test is first I get a sanity check by actually like running the app itself and then clicking around and making sure that it does what I expect. But then I'll do a review of the code. And there's a couple of ways to do this. Before we start, I'll click this review button in the top. This gets our review model, which for me I've set to GPT 5.2 codex with extra high thinking, to just take a look at all the changes we've made in this branch and review and make sure they all make sense. But we can also just do a manual review. And this is always good practice to do to make sure that AI hasn't gone and written a bunch of slop. So I'm going to actually close the left sidebar as I do this and make the right sidebar a little smaller. I'm going to scan through this globals.css file. That seems fine. I can then use the arrow keys. At least I should be able, yes, I can use the arrow keys to go.
Dude, I'm not going to lie. Conductor looks pretty sick. Is this selling you guys on Conductor as much as it's selling me? Because I'm actually really impressed right now.
Through the files. This looks like it's adding a theme provider. We have another change here. We have the theme provider file added and then a theme toggle. So one thing I'm noticing is that like we're adding a lot of comments that aren't necessary. So I can click plus here and add a comment for the AI. So let's say this comment seems unnecessary. And then I'm going to add one on this slide too. Also unnecessary. And so you can see as I enter these, they get added as attachments to the composer.
Interesting. Okay, so you add comments. That's kind of what Antigravity does as well.
And I can choose which chat to send it to, and I'll send it to my initial chat, and then press enter. And you'll see the comments get sent back to the AI, and it'll take a look. At the same time, we can see Codex is still reviewing. Codex can be quite slow. Okay, so a lot just happened here.
Whoa. He just said Codex can be quite slow. Are you going to take that?
We spun up two workspaces working on different features. Given the first one a quick sanity check, looked through the reviews, added some comments. But now I want to show you, actually, okay, so it looks like this, okay, great. So we've now reviewed, deleted those comments. Okay, so now I want to show you the final step in the workflow, which is creating the PR and merging it in. So we make this really easy in Conductor. You can press this button, create PR in the top right, or use our shortcut, Command-Shift-P, and that tells the AI to make a PR. See, I have an unread message here, which is our review is finished. Okay, it looks like they're overall changed at small and readable. There's some.
Conductor already failed by comments. It is having you review code, which is already a fail. They hard-coded that flow into the app. So now the app enforces away Conductor gets a 0 out of 10 from me. Damn, that's a bit harsh. Surely you could just skip the code review, right?
Okay, so looks like our PR is
Like, it looks like that was an option to like look into the code and review it.
created. Conductor is automatically going to check the GitHub actions that are running in GitHub. And I can also click that button to see the PR itself. And once the GitHub actions are completed, we'll get a big green button here that says merge. Okay, it's like ready to merge. I can click this, and the PR is going to merge into main. And then once it's merged, I'll merge it even though I don't actually want this change, just to show you. Once it's merged, the workspace will automatically archive, and we can keep working on our next task. So that's a brief
Interesting.
and quite detailed overview of my workflow in Conductor.
Cool.
Hopefully you find that helpful.
If you skip code review, then how do you review? That's a good point. But how does a non-technical skip? Like, how does a non-technical even review the code? And then why use Conductor at all if you cannot choose easily? Create one workspace per feature. For each feature or bug fix, create a new workspace. You can quickly create a new workspace. Use Claude Code directly in Conductor or open the workspace in your favorite IDE to make edits. Oh, interesting. They have the option to open it in Cursor. That is kind of cool. They got Ghosty, GitHub, Desktop, Terminal, Xcode, Z, Cursor, Finder. Dude, that's kind of cool. That's a cool feature. Is this just me? Notorious, is this feature like normal? I feel like this is a new feature that we haven't seen other IDEs allow. The fact that I can literally go back into Cursor. Ghosty is one that I've heard about as well. Or you could just go to the terminal. That's really cool. Review and test changes. View changes in diff viewer. Use the terminal run panel to test changes. Create PR merge. Archive. The gate meow. CodeRabbit reviews all my code with a dedicated automatic agent on top of it, responsible to approve the quality. I've given that I want. CodeRabbit. I've been using ZAI, GitHub Copilot, and custom agents, multiple ChatGPT agents to cross-check each other's work, and lastly, integrated Perplexity AI to create all content automatically for me. That sounds like a mad workflow. So Conductor is no longer useful. You don't review the code. The code is guaranteed. If you have to review, then your workflow is wrong. You review plans, not code. But Conductor hard-coded workflows, so it just Fs you. Interesting. That's a good point. Macroscope plus CodeRabbit, there is a bug thing on Flywheel. Okay. Parallel agents run multiple Claude codes at once.
Okay, let's create a new workspace by clicking this button.
I mean, not gonna lie, I'm pretty sold on Conductor.
By the way, we can always create another new workspace by pressing Command N.
Like Notorious, you can't deny, from Replit, this is like a huge upgrade, no?
And in our new workspace, you'll see we get an auto-generated name named after a city. But we could also change the workspace name by saying, by just typing here. And so I'll say,
The gate meow also mentioned checking out Handy. Damn, I didn't know how many IDEs were
fix
available.
blue button background. And then I can say, can you change the background of the buttons to blue? And press enter. And now I can press Command N, and in a separate, isolated environment, separate from our other workspace, I can say, can you make the create PR button orange? And press enter. And what's really cool about this
That's
is now
really
we have
cool.
2 instances of
Yo, so you can actually edit your environment.
Claude running entirely separately, both working on their own independent parts of the repo, and fixing bugs and creating features for us.
Okay, that's really cool. So it looks like this is how he's Notorious. I think we actually kind of messed it up. This looks like how he's created his workflow in Conductor. But the way he's making it sound is you can literally make your own workflow. Like he's literally editing his environment as he works. Replit was a low bar, fair enough. It has taken me 8 months to set up the AI workflow as a sole dev and founder. To add to this, I have employed a few other agents. I like that word, employed. Responsible for marketing, sales, and legal. AI has changed the world. Completely agree with you, man. I mean, some people with Claudebot are saying that AGI is here, which is kind of funny. Conductor does not even solve real problems. It does not repair its own workflows. You cannot see what it is doing. Interesting. I mean, but someone like me, like who doesn't even understand the code, like I kind of like that I'm not seeing the code. Does that make sense? All right, so you got your setup over here. Cool. All right, Conductor. Definitely going to try it out. So far we've got Warp and we've got Conductor where we're going to try out. Let me download Warp real quick. Got the installation right here. All right, we've got Warp. We've got Conductor. Let's keep looking. Flywheel, the agentic coding Flywheel, TLDR edition. I mean, this website looks a bit vibe coded, no? 11 core tools and 7 supporting utilities that transform multi-agent AI coding workflows. Each tool makes the others more powerful. The more you use it, the faster it spins. While others argue about agentic coding, we're just over here building as fast as we can. I like that intro, I'm not gonna lie. So ecosystem tools, 18, GitHub stars, languages. Why a flywheel? A flywheel stores rotational energy. The more you spin it, the easier each push becomes. These tools work the same way. The more you use them, the more valuable the system becomes. Every agent session generates searchable history, CASS. I like that it explains what CASS means. Searchable. Past solutions become retrievable memory, CM. Dependencies, surface bottlenecks. Agents coordinate without conflicts. Each piece feeds the other. Now that sounded like a bit of jargon to me, but I'll continue. The result, I shipped 20,000 lines of production Go code in a single day with BV. The flywheel keeps spinning faster. My GitHub commits accelerate each week because each tool amplifies the others. This is pretty interesting. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. Core flywheel tools, the backbone of multi-agent development. Session management, communication, task tracking, static analysis, memory, search, safety guards, multi-repo sync, and automated setup. These tools form a self-reinforcing loop where each makes the others more powerful. A mail-like coordination layer for multi-agent workflow. Agents send messages, read threads, and reserve file asynchronously via MCP tools like Gmail for AI coding agents. Beads Viewer, a fast terminal UI for viewing and analyzing beads issues. Applies graph theory to identify which tasks unblock the most other work. All right, this is kind of going in one ear and out the other, I'm not gonna lie. Feels a bit too local first issue, tracking for AI agents, issues live in files that commit with your code, full dependency graph with blocking, blocked by relationships. Okay, what's the fly? One command bootstrap that transforms a fresh Ubuntu VPS into a fully configured agentic coding environment with all flywheel tools installed. ultimate bug scanner. That's cool. So this is what you were talking about, Notorious, where it just looks at the bug and fixes it for you. That's kind of cool. Is there a way to integrate something like this into Claude Code with its skills or something? CASS memory system, repo updater, destructive command guard. I mean, this looks pretty legit. I'm not going to lie. This seems pretty intense. Is this what you use, Notorious? Supporting tools. The fastest way to set up the entire Flywheel ecosystem is with ACFS. One command, 30 minutes, and you're ready to go. 30 minutes? It's ACFS. CFS command. Oracle ACFS, ASM cluster file system, commands manage file systems, snapshot, security, and replication utilizing ACFS. I mean, this sounds pretty cool. This does sound pretty solid. This is pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. Or use the step-by-step wizard for guided setup. Generate SSH key, rent a VPS, create VPS instance. Oh, so you're actually running this on a server. You don't even run this locally. That's kind of cool. That's actually really cool. This is, okay, you know what? I need to save this. Let's actually make this a bit more structured. So I'm going to call this IDEs to test. We've got Conductor. We've got Warp. We've got Flywheel. So far, those are kind of winning out of everything that I've seen. And for Flywheel, I'll probably just paste this here. So what could be interesting if we actually built something? Pencil.dev, dream on canvas, land in code. Introducing a new way to design right where you code. Let's watch this tutorial. Cool. Super cool. What's different about this compared to Figma though? Because Figma has AI features now as well. No way. It gives you 4 generations? That's pretty cool. Whoa. 9? Okay. Wow. Oh my god. Turn the selected frame into... What do you do this there? Did you guys see that? He said something. I want to read that. So if you go back just a split second. So he's on Pencil. And he's got a Claude terminal. And he's selected it. And then he's prompted Claude Code. Cool. Wow. Aye, Notorious. This might be a mythical pick. This might be a mythical pick. This looks insane. Design right where you code. No more design handoffs. Pencil's agent-driven MCP canvas built around open design format that lives in your code base. And any IDE of your choice, infinite design canvas. Design your product with pixel-perfect precision without ever leaving your IDE. Wow. A crew of extra hands that's got your back. AI single player is the new multiplayer. Get extra hands to help you generate screens. Dude, this shot is insane. It literally generates 9 different landing pages and you just pick your favorite one. That is awesome. And just the way that it's like got the customizability of Figma built into it as well. That's amazing. Pixel perfect. Dude, create design kits packed in or bring your own. Leverage curated components-based design kits to build beautiful products. Get the craft and taste of a senior designer at your fingertips or plug in your team's existing design systems straight from the code base. Dude, I'm super sold right now. I'm not gonna lie. The bi-directional MCP vector canvas you've been dreaming about. Pencil doesn't provide just MCP reading tools, but also full write access, plus many other handy tools to fully operate the canvas. Yeah, we definitely need to get this. We definitely need to get this, I'm not gonna lie. Definitely want to try this out. FOMO is real in this AI era, for sure. Damn, Notorious, that's some aura right there. If I approve a tool, you know it's gonna be good. I can picture you saying it like that as well. There's a very strong agent behind Cursor that results much better than others. For example, Grok on Cursor is better than in Copilot, for example, my experience. Cursor is just an AI wrapper over VS Code. It was dope before Claude Code launched, but now with Claude Code, you can use VS Code or just your terminal too. Cursor allows the AI to interact with your code, so like Claude Code or Claude with Cursor. But the agents in Cursor is nice to make small edits or review your work. CC is expensive and I only use it for shipping bigger features. I use Cursor's Composer 1 agent for smaller tasks. FOMO is real in this AI era. Dude, this is sick. Pencil, man. I'm really excited to try Pencil out. I'm not gonna lie. So does Pencil use an AI agent? Or is it its own? Does it have its own? Okay. And I'm just kind of collecting everything on this, on my desktop here, so everyone can kind of see the tools that I plan to use. So if we go, let me add my little code. Eight nine three seven. All right, we're in. So Claude Code connected. That's kind of cool already. So we've got Warp, top right, Conductor, top left, Pencil, bottom left. Let's see what else we got. Pencil's winning. Agent Flywheel. I mean, I want to set it up, but it just feels a bit complicated. I'm not gonna lie. Also, I don't love this homepage. Like, it feels very like vibe coded. You know what I mean? Maybe they need to try Pencil out. Zenflow is built for AI first engineering teams. That platform that coordinates even the language already, like engineering teams. It's like, it doesn't feel like it's talking to me, you know, as a non-technical. The platform that coordinates AI agents to build reliable software, spec-driven workflows, built-in verification, and multi-agent execution that actually works. All right. I feel like all of these platforms, they use the same language. Pencil's powered by your private subber. I've heard about Pencil. What can you use it for? It looks like it is a UI designer. And it feels like it gives your IDE the context. So if something goes wrong, it can just look at the IDE. Is that right? AI first engineering without AI slop. If this website has any AI slop in it, man, we got to give these guys a bad review or something, because they're literally saying AI first engineering without AI slop, and I see one of these dashes which tells me they AI generated this exact script. Get pre-built workflows for features, bug fixes, and refactors, or build custom ones. Like, this is literally what every single AI generated text uses. So you can't even be saying it. There's no AI slop when you guys are literally using AI slop to write your freaking website. Like, dude, come on, is that not hypocritical? Am I the only one seeing this? AI agents follow your specs, execute tasks in parallel, and verify code before you review it. Spec-driven workflows. Agents, and yeah, they've got it again here, bro. They literally AI generated this entire website. Flywheel is the one I really recommend. Okay. Implementation stays locked in to requirements. Turn the volume down a little bit. Run multiple tasks simultaneously. Built-in verification. Every workflow runs automated tests. A lot of reading right now, but I just want to make sure that, you know, we don't go through the same issue we did with Replit. Orchestration workflows and intelligence designed for production engineering, not prototypes. You'll be right back. Just gonna grab my drink bottle. I like this Kanban board style. This is kind of cool. This reminds me of like product management a little bit. This is actually really cool. Built for scale. Orchestration workflows and intelligence designed for production engineering, not prototypes. Coordinated a swarm of specialized agents working as one system with shared context. I really like this Kanban style. Is this unique, or do all IDEs have this? Pre-built, built for teams, shipping scale. Zenflow by Zencode is an orchestration platform. Kind of reminds me of Conductor when you say orchestration platform for AI first engineering. That replaces ad hoc prompting with spec-driven development workflows. It has agents draft, review specs. Coordinates multiple AI agents in parallel and bakes in automated verification, so every change stays aligned with the approved spec. Teams use it to eliminate prompt drift. Prompt drift. I've heard of stick drift. I've never heard of prompt drift. Interesting. And AI slop. Okay. What differentiates Zenflow? Zenflow allows for seamless parallelization of agents across your project without any conflicts. I mean, they all kind of do that. Agents work in independent environments that doesn't affect main code mess. Yep, they will do that as well. That allows you to run tens or hundreds of agents, meaning tens or hundreds of new features or bug fixes being implemented simultaneously. Okay. Man, I can really see you running out of your Claude Code max plan. Can I control the agent's workflow? You are in full control. Zenflow is a standalone app. However, you can open each agent's sandbox in your favorite IDE and continue the work there. Okay. Zenflow as the brain and Zencode as the engine. what needs to be done in what order and how to verify it. Zencoder, the engine, does the actual work. And is this using Claude Code? Zenflow desktop app, Zencoder IDE plugin, 7-day starter plan trial, unlimited BYOK calls, 280 premium LLM calls a day. Okay. I mean, this one's a bit pricey, no? I'm not, like, apart from the Kanban, Auto Claude, Automaker, and Zencoder have it, the Kanban. Flywheel has something very similar to Kanban with Beads Viewer. Tens and hundreds is why you use GLM plus Claude plus GBT. So the owner you've been making on what Vibecoding business did you earn it on? I need to fix my how command, I realized, because it's actually cutting off a bit short. So I need to come up with something a bit shorter. Fix that next live stream. Alright, so Zencoder, I'm thinking it's a no. I like the Kanban a lot because it brings back a bit of familiarity because of my roots of project management. So there's something I can understand on my screen that I can view. But outside of that, I'm not really sold on Zencoder, so I'm going to close it. Letter. Let's have a look at Letter. Making machines that learn. We're solving AI's memory problem. Create agents that remember everything, learn continuously, and improve themselves over time. Super cool website. A memory first model agnostic coding agent. I don't want to go out of this website. Real agents in production, and they got Nokia. Man, that's a big one. Today's AI agents struggle to remember previous mistakes and are unable to learn from new experiences. At Letter, we're building machines with real memory that can continually learn and self-improve. Letter is an open AI lab. OpenAI. Isn't that ChatGPT? OpenAI lab, building intelligent machines that can learn from experience. All right, let's have a look at this. Let's have a look at this video. 46 minutes. We'll skim through it.
I'm Sarah, and today we're going to be talking about Ezra, which I think is the closest thing that I've seen to an actual AI visual.
Oh yeah, I like this guy's shoes, bro. Look at that. This guy's wearing the sandals to the office, man. That is crazy. That's some mad aura right there.
He's gone from being just an observer on our Discord to actually a very important part of our support team.
Alright, stop waffling. Show us what's going on. Okay, straightforward. Sonnet, bro. This guy doesn't know what he's doing, bro. Got to be on Opus. Okay. Cool. Customizability. Okay. Interesting. That's kind of cool. Post in a forum is cool.
right-hand side what we said that isn't special, and these are called memory blocks here. And this is like, meta deployment nodes. These are
That's a good point.
Ezra has learned.
That's clever, Notorious. You're right. Let's do that.
Ezra has learned over thousands of patterns.
Where is it? Where'd it go? There used to be this summarize button right here. There literally was a Gemini summarize button that popped up. Let's do this. YouTube to transcript. Get free transcript. Oh, you can paste the video into Gemini chat. So this, I just basically did an entire step that was unnecessary. Good to know. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. All right, please summarize the video transcript. We are trying to find the best IDEs as I am switching from Replit to Claude Code. Now, please find out what is it that differentiates Letter from the others so we can kind of go straight to the point. All right, let's see. Well, Pencil's pretty sick. It feels like Figma. That's what I was saying. That was literally what I was saying. All right, based on the transcript, you're looking into Letter, referred to as Letter in your prompt, as a platform for building AI agents. Here is a summary. The main difference between Letter and other frameworks is that Letter agents are stateful and perpetual rather than ephemeral. That's agents that are stateful and perpetual rather than ephemeral. People in a box. Unlike a standard LLM chat that resets or relies solely on vector search, RAG, a Letter agent, like the example Ezra, has a persistent identity. User recognition. It remembers specific users and their technical setups. Context management solves context rot instead of crashing when the context window fills up. The agent compresses old messages and accurately updates a core memory block. The transcript highlights the IDE agent development environment, which is the IDE for managing these agents. Okay. So just prompting you edit memory blocks. Core memory, you can define blocks like self-editing. The agent can rewrite its own memory if you tell it. That bug is fixed. It updates its internal known issues, blocks so it doesn't repeat the mistake. No fine-tuning required. You don't need to train model weights. You train the agent by giving it feedback and it edits its system instructions in real time. That's pretty interesting. The ADE allows you to watch the agent think. You see the raw messages sent to the model. Private versus public channels. You can have a private channel, multi-platform control. The agent can be hooked up to Discord and Slack simultaneously via API tools. This is cool. So you can just talk to it on your mobile device. Why switch to Letter? If you're moving from Replit to build advanced AI coding agents, Letter differentiates itself by allowing you to build long-term digital employees rather than simple chatbots. Huh. I like that perspective shift. It learns from feedback. If it makes a mistake, you can correct it. It updates its memory block and won't make that mistake again. It has ignore tools to decide not to answer if a query isn't relevant, and it can initiate tasks like posting to a forum. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Double dash is normal in a reasonable situation. Yeah, but I feel like a real telltale that something is AI generated is it with the double dash, man. If this actually did a new DB format, I'd care, but this is just the exact same thing we've done for 2 years. Okay, so we're not fucking with letter. I like that I've been introduced to it, and it's worth keeping an eye on. That's where I'll leave it. Let's look at the Twitter real quick. Stateful agents that remember and learn. We're releasing letter code, a memory-first coding agent. Letter office hours is today. Using ADE, you can now view agent interactions across multiple concurrent conversations. Okay. Seems pretty low key. Not gonna lie, these guys definitely seem pretty low key. Definitely cool though. I'll give them a follow. Alright, so we've checked out letter. We've got agent flywheel. We've got conductor. We've got anti-gravity. Let's look at cursor, which you guys just won't shut up about. So, built to make you extraordinarily productive. Cursor is the best way to code with AI. It's a bold statement. Trusted every day by millions of professional developers. Agent turns idea into code. A human AI programmer orders of magnitude more effective than any developer alone. Magically accurate autocomplete. Our custom tab. I mean, that's the thing though. I don't really write code, so it doesn't really make sense for me. And that's why I don't like Cursor, is because as a non-technical who literally doesn't write code, like, why would I use this? You know? Like, I feel like Cursor is for someone who understands code, who writes code. Like, it doesn't feel like it's for me. It doesn't feel like this tool was made for a non-technical. This tool was made to assist developers who understand what they're building. You know what I mean? So this feels a bit too advanced for me. We're using Cursor at my company. Like, man. It just feels a bit too much. So for that reason, I'm probably going to skip Cursor. Like, let's look at, like, do they have resources, a video or something? Sub-agent skills and image generation. Like, this guy's run a command, run npm lint and fix each issue in a separate sub-agent. Like, I don't even know what lint is, you know? Run npm, like that. I know what run npm is to, like, that's to kickstart your application, right? But, like, I don't want to have to make commands. Set up a dashboard for any serve with core metrics. Like, see, this is definitely a bit too advanced for me. Like, don't get me wrong, it looks amazing, but dude, I'm not up to this yet. I'm not going to lie. I'll be honest with you guys. I don't think I'm up to Claude Code. This feels like a final boss kind of moment. Don't get Cursor, then their pricing model sucks. What's their pricing model look like? So you got no credit card required, limited agent requests, limited tab completion. All right, for the hobby plan. Extended limits on agents, unlimited tab completions, background agents. 3x usage on all OpenAI Claude Gemini models. Wait, if you have this, do you still pay for Claude Code? So what is this essentially mean that instead of paying for Claude Max, you could pay for this and you get access to Claude Code, Gemini, and OpenAI? That's kind of interesting. All right. Well, yeah, bit too complicated for me, honestly. Claude Code, man. It is very code heavy. Claude Code, man, you don't need anything else. But I do think learning how to program is an awesome skill to have on top of vibing. Yes, Claude Code really is all you need. I agree, man. I agree. I mean, just from using the Claude Code terminal alone, I'm just trying to see, like, are there better environments out there, you know? Like, if I'm out here shopping for a different environment, you know, I'm coming off the back of Replit. I'm in a position where I can change before we work on our next big project. So I kind of want to understand like what's available in the market, you know? I'm open to learning and kind of putting in those extra hours to learn a new tool if it will really amplify the time that I spend building. Yo, Google Antigravity should have hired this guy. Look how friendly this guy looks. Oh, okay. Handy is an open source speech to text application that you can run on your own computer. I mean, I already use Whisperflow.
Off so the transcription starts when you press the key combination and it stops when you press it again. And you can also change what key binding you would like to use.
Is it free? Dude, that's cool. Accessibility tooling belongs in everyone's hands, not behind a paywall. Together we can build further. That's really cool. Guys, this is a free speech to text tool. I really like that. I think we have to test this, right? I've just paid $20 for my Whisperflow subscription. CJ turned a vintage Apple mouse into a handy button. That's kind of cool. Okay. I think we have to try this. This could be a cool video idea, actually. Video idea, Whisperflow versus free alternative handy. I kind of like posting a YouTube video about that. So I forgot who actually referred this tool, but appreciate you. All right, so we've got our winners now, which are Conductor, Warp, Flywheel, and we've also got Pencil. So I'm just trying to think, what's the best way to test this? I think the best way would be opening up Sway, the app that we've already put, and just seeing, like, just playing around. So let's go to Replit. Let's go ahead and make sure we're up to date with the GitHub and push any changes. Please create an in-depth readme.md file for other AI agents who look at our GitHub repository to read and understand how everything works. Nothorius, you're the 1% of the 1%, bro. It's about vibe coding here. That's a good point. Yeah, hey, he's Coco's got a point, Nothorius. You're like in the top percentile of power users. Nothorius, what's your monthly spending? 1K? One of the designs is a new memory system that does geometric deep learning using topology and manifold to self-organize. Dude, what the hell? Sounds like you're about to cast a spell on me, bro. Closing in on 2 hours on the live stream. I feel like we've had a pretty productive session so far. If we have a look at what we wanted to get done today, finding the best multi-terminal IDE for me is taking some time. But, you know, I'm sure the amount of time we put in now is going to pay off dividends later. Like, is there something super simple we could build and then test it out? Let's skip for now. Yes, skip login. An agent first experience where you plan, run, and iterate with an agent by default terminal supporting the agent-led workflows. A terminal first experience with optional AI focused on control. So it's obviously agent driven. Models. Customize your agent. Select your agent's defaults. Optimizes for cost. Optimizes for speed. Optimizes for intelligence. Autonomy. The agent can make plans, write code, read files, and run commands without asking. Can make plans and read files without asking, but will ask for permissions for write actions. I can go full. Okay, let's skip. So now we have warp here. Okay. All right, well, that's running. Let me actually think. So we've got Conductor, Warp, Flywheel, and Pencil. So we've just looked through like probably 5-6 different IDEs, and I want to now, I've narrowed it down to Warp, Conductor, Pencil, and what was the other one? Flywheel. I want to be able to test them out. So what do you think is a good way for me to test it out? Something that's relatively fast. I don't want to spend, a week building an app. Give me some ideas. You don't need a rocket ship to travel 10 kilometers. Also, using AI to code for something as complicated as you say it is probably isn't a smart idea. Have it build a new style of UI using ephemeral spaces that define generally what can be in a space and how things interact with each other. AI populates spaces with widgets and customized widgets. This is a major benchmark. Ask ChatGPT for a rating. Tell it to create a Next.js project that uses ShadCN. Tell that to Taylor Swift. You don't need a rocket to travel 10 kilometers. Tell that to Taylor Swift. You need evidence. Building a full thing right now would be you procrastinating with extra steps. 2 landing pages, 1 evening. Use frame a card, type dream, whatever takes 60 minutes exactly. Each page gets name one-liner, 3 bullets. Then push traffic from your X account, single pin tweet. Click-through rate. Oh, that's in depth. That's in depth. The one that people ask questions about wins, not the one with more. I think we can skip this stage, but we can just kind of create a page. All right, so let's try and create a one-shot prompt. But the thing is, they all use Claude Code. So like, that doesn't really make any sense. Okay, post identical threads, 30-minute demo. Why would I get them all to create a website if they all use Claude Code Opus 4.5 under the hood? Because the website isn't about the model, it's about who you're to and what job they think you're hiring it for. Claude Opus 4.5 under the hood is plumbing. Nobody buys plumbing, they buy running water. Right now you're thinking like a builder. Users think like tired humans with one problem they want gone. Dude, this is taking me down a completely different rabbit hole. I just want to test it in a more local environment. Like, I just want to run something and then just be able to test it by myself and be like, oh, cool, this is how it works. I don't need like a freaking focus group to tell me I use Claude Code over this, over that. Like, just tell me like an action that I can use to, I guess, understand myself and kind of make the decision myself based on my own workflow and style. Dude, my freaking ChatGPT has mad attitude. I'm not gonna lie. Good, that's finally a sane instinct. Like, bro, what the hell? You want one action? I ran this for a day. My brain either leaned into it or resisted it. All right. No. Each command pipes in notes. Add X to sway, but I'm not sure how to structure it. Flywheel, I want to add X to sway, but I'm not sure how to structure it. Do this naturally across a day at the end. Okay. I mean, that's kind of what my original idea was. All right, let's push. Let's sync this to GitHub. Have it build a visual workflow engine that shows the steps, and you can run it to see the outputs, like writing or whatever else, to see how well it works. You can also judge the UI design and how hard it is to get up and running and use, and latency. That's a very complex project and is easy to understand. To modernize a big project on GitHub and run the tests to see if it still works, the E2E tests. I have highly detailed specs you can try to run. If you want, you can just tell it the folder. Bro, ask Claude Code for ideas. ChatGPT trash these days. You reckon? All right, let's see what Claude Code says. All right, in front of me, I have Warp, I have Conductor, and I also have Pencil. These are all IDEs that I have handpicked after researching basically a bunch that are available out there. And I need to run a test that'll probably take 30 to 60 minutes to understand what is the best IDE for me personally and my workflow. Give me some suggestions on what this test could look like. Technical difficulties right here. First impressions and setup. Open each IDE code and note startup time, how intuitive is the initial interface. Can you find key features without documentation? Set up a small project you're already familiar with. Core workflow. Pick a realistic task you do frequently, then repeat it in each IDE. Good candidates if you do a lot of coding. Do more DevOps terminal work. Run a build or test suite, SSH into a remote machine. Okay. The key thing to note is I'm non-technical and I'm purely vibe coding. So please iterate the tasks based off of this key context. That's really helpful context. Okay, cold start test. Open each IDE and try to start a new project from scratch. How easy is it to find where it begins? Is there a clear new project or chat interface? The real test, build the same thing in each 30, 40 minutes, 15. Pick one simple project idea and attempt it in all three. A personal landing page with your name, photo, and links to social media, a simple calculator or tip calculator. To-do list, a countdown timer. All right, that sounds pretty straightforward. Let's do it. Let's build a countdown timer. IDE test. Countdown timer. All right, so we've got Conductor. We've got Warp. We've got Pencil. Let's go from here. And then this will just give us a good understanding on if we like these IDEs or not. So a countdown timer. All right. Now, I think we spend, what, 10 to 15 minutes each? Maybe we can even time how long it takes to build it. That could be cool. Is there a time feature? Let me see. Timer. Time machine. Date and time. I don't think this is going to be it. That's my settings. All right. Maybe I'll just look it up. More stopwatch. All right. So we got a stopwatch. We're going to run. All right. Let's keep reading this. Open each IDE. Start a new product. What to pay attention to. How natural is it to describe what you want in plain English? When something doesn't work, how helpful is AI at fixing it? Can you preview run your creation easily? When you say make it prettier, let's actually just add these notes in. The uh-oh test. Intentionally break something or ask for a change that conflicts with what exists. Notice, does it explain what went wrong in terms you understand? I want to build a countdown timer. Let's customize this specifically for that task. All right. Okay, I like this. All right, so we've got this, and for each thing, we're going to ask it these questions. Conductor. Why isn't that working? Time. Oh, shit. Terrible formatting right now. Don't mind me. Time to work in preview. Did you get my style requests? Times I felt stuck or confused. I mean, we can kind of get rid of this. Final result. Overall vibe. We can kind of copy paste this for, we can do it for pencil. All right, so this is how we're going to test it, guys. I'm literally going to ask it to build me a countdown timer to February 14th. Is that Valentine's Day? Feb 14th is Valentine's Day, no? Hey, Claude Code looking out for me, for real. Claude Code looking out for me, for real. I always forget this, so. All right. I think we're good. I think we can start. So I'm going to close everything. And let's start. I just want to see it from scratch. Like, let's just go from scratch. We're going to have this on the right-hand side. And we're going to open up Conductor on the right. Before that, I'm going to take a quick piss. So give me 1 second. What's chat saying? Agreed, Notorious. I mean, let's just rip it. Let's just rip it. I think there's a bit of jargon here that is probably unnecessary. But I'll leave it here just in case we find it useful. But I think the overall prompt should literally be, I want to build a countdown timer for the upcoming Valentine's Day in 2025. That is going to be my prompt for everything. And let's see how they go. So let's start with Conductor first. I think Conductor will be, it's the one I'm most excited about. So let's see. We got, where is it? Conductor right here. And I'll put it on this side. Let's get rid of some of these. Can we archive. Sway itself, actually, we should probably. Like, I want to create a new one entirely. Is this off of the, I think this is off of the Sway repo, no? So, let's say I wanted to start from scratch. What are we doing? I feel like I'm already stuck. And this is partly my fault because I kind of just remove repository. Alright, let's just remove it. Alright. So we're here. Now let's add. Quick start. Conductor playground. Let's call this Valentine's Day countdown. Create. And I'm actually just going to wing this. So time to first workflow preview. I mean, this could be an interesting metric. I just feel like I'm going to forget. Did you get my style? I mean, let's get rid of this because I'll just talk about it. This, I'll just talk about it. Maybe I'll share a screenshot. We'll try to time how long it takes, but I might forget. Maybe the best way to do it is through my iPhone. So let's try this. I time it on my iPhone, and so it's in front of me, so I don't forget, and then I'll just share the time with you guys. All right, so ask to make changes, mentions, blah, blah, blah. All right. So this is our prompt. I'm going to start the timer as soon as I paste this prompt, okay? You guys ready? Ready? And go. That was a bit delayed. Hopefully that doesn't affect the overall kind of ratings or views. Would be cool if I could actually mirror my screen. Let me see. Pretty sure I can do that, right? Swear there's a way to mirror my screen onto the... Wait. Okay, so I can't do both, can I? That's lame. Which Valentine's Day should the countdown target? Oh, it's 2026 actually. Yeah, you're right. Damn. Please target 2026. Okay, so that's actually kind of cool. It found out that we're in the wrong year. Good to know that no one in chat told me. Oh, Coco told me. Everyone in chat's just making fun of me. All right, I see how it is. What type of countdown time would you like? React application web page. I want to make a web page. I noticed that today's date is January 26th. Okay, up to date with the date. This is cool. So first note, I'm gonna say I've got the date wrong. It's 2026 now, and Conductor was able to correct me. Now, obviously, this is Opus 4.5, so I'm assuming they're all going to be able to do that. Doobie check Discord. Doobie running that Opus 4.5 agent. Whoa, that was quick. That was quick. You can't see it? Oh, shit. All right. Guys, what the fuck? What the fuck? Two minutes and 22 seconds. That was fucking fast, man. I'm actually going to deduct like 20 seconds because I feel like I was fucking around with the mirroring and shit, and just like, you know what? Nah, I'll put 2 minutes 22. All right. So pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. So now we have this. Let's check if it's accurate. How do I check if it's accurate? What is the exact date and time before Valentine's Day? All right, so this is official. 18/13/24. 18/13/24. Okay, nice. Nice. Very nice. This is cool. What are we thinking? What are we thinking, guys? Dude, this is kind of sick. Notorious. I'm not just evaluating UI design. I'm evaluating, how it feels to get to that end result. I don't need to know like the technical numbers and shit. What IDE is this? This is the Conductor IDE. So I've created a Valentine's Day countdown time from February 14. The page should now be open in your browser. Listed out the features. And that was super quick. I'm not gonna lie, that was impressively quick. And it just opened it up automatically for me on my browser, which I don't know if you guys saw the last Claude Code tutorial video that I did, but I was struggling to even preview my freaking build. So I will say I'm going to give this extra points for the fact that it even was able to just freaking automatically open everything. That's really cool. Now, I kind of want to test out this multi-agent thing. So let's say... So what if I was to switch to GPT 5.2 now? And say... what could we add to this? Okay. I want to add a toggle to the website that lets me switch between, different colors, maybe a light and a dark version. So the light version can be what it is right now, and a dark version is like an altered version. Don't just do white and black. Like, let's be creative and, keep it in that lovey kind of UI design. Did it do a plan for you to review? It did. I mean, it did provide me with like a few questions. It did ask a few questions, but it didn't give a plan. But is that just something that I can add into the Claude.md file? An evil Valentine's version. That could be cool. So nefarious thinking, there's zero transparency. The thing is, like, as a non-technical, like, I don't know what I'm going to do with a plan. You know what I mean? Like, off of vibes, this is pretty high for me. Okay. Codex takes way longer, damn. Good thing I didn't set the timer on Codex. I'm gonna let's turn this back on. Like, are they going to be able to edit in between with it? Like, I've never seen this before. I've never seen this in action before. So I'm kind of fanboying right now. But are they actually going to be able to edit within each other, like on the same project? If you want, I can changes made. So do I just give this a refresh? Okay, up here on the right. This is cool. Ooh. All right. Let's go back to Claude. Opus 4.5. And let's ask it. How come you didn't give me a plan to review when building this timer? That feels like a necessary step in the workflow, no? Otherwise we might run into issues where I disagree and that's gonna take away, precious time from my build. You're absolutely right to raise this concern. Looking at what was implemented, a color theme toggle with blah, blah, blah. According to my workflow guides, I should use plan mode proactively for tasks like this because multiple valid approaches existed, architectural decisions were made, user preference matters, color palettes, toggle, behavior. For a feature like add a light dark, I should have explored your existing code base first. This would have prevented potential rework if you disagree with choices. Going forward, for any non-trivial implementation tasks in this workspace, I'll enter plan mode first and prevent my approach for your approval before writing code. Would you like me to review what was built and propose any changes? Yes, please. Probably could have written that faster. There might be a plan mode toggle in Conductor. That's a good point. Oh, there is. I'm an idiot. Blues, you're right. There is literally a plan mode right there. Let me first explore the current implementation to understand what was built. This is cool. Not bro saying please to the AI. Hey, don't judge me. Don't judge me. When they come over and take over the world, yeah? Who's gonna be laughing then, huh? I know it ain't gonna be me. I know it ain't gonna be me. I'm putting together a full evaluation system for you. Bro, Nefarious, I know you're gonna have some mad rocket science shit on your freaking evaluation system that I'm not gonna understand. Like, be real with me right now. You're literally gonna teach rocket science to a 4-year-old. Okay. Are you happy with the current color palette? I like that it gives me options. That is kind of normal with Claude Code though. Have you tried Tempo Labs? No, I have not. I want different light themes. Colors, I want different dark theme colors. Change both themes. Let's say I wanted to change both themes. Is it? Oh, cool. It's got this cool little thing that I can switch between all the options. Alright. So far, I haven't tried out the other workspaces yet, but I'm really liking the vibe. Now, I know I've barely scraped the surface with this. Is the toggle placement top right corner and style? Move to a different location. Let's move it to the middle underneath the timer. Any other changes you'd like to make? When we toggle into dark mode, can it be more like an evil theme for Valentine's Day? I like that it asks me these questions in that order, because I don't know if you guys remember with Replit, but like you write something down and it then needs to process that before the next thing, and then process that thing before the next thing. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like the way it's done. For the Evil Valentine's dark theme, I'm thinking black to blood, red gradient, pale bone white. Yes, that sounds perfect. For the light theme, let's go soft coral peach. And enter. Nightbot ban this dude. You can also plug in the outputs from the tools back into the agent, and it can give you inputs. It can guide his entire test for you. You can just tell the damn, you guys have been chatting. I'm not gonna lie, I can't even follow. You can just tell the LLM to give a score to each solution using all of the metrics and have it gather information from you about the workflow so that it can score it. You can understand a number out of 100, right? So Nefarious, are you about to give me a prompt that I can just paste that'll literally self-evaluate the IDE? Is that what you're trying to give me? I know it's overwhelming to decide on a workflow, but anything you pick will be better than Replit in my opinion. I completely agree, man. I completely agree. I'm starting to realize that. If you want to use, is that with Claude Cowork? I'm going to give you an agent, yes, that you'd plug into Claude Code. All right, hit me, Nefarious. Let me complete the task list. Done. Here's what I changed. All right, so I'm assuming this is a refresh. Ooh, this is looking cool. Yo, dude, this toggle is really satisfying. This is really satisfying. It's running. Did you feed it my specific IDEs, Nothorius? Open Claude Code in the terminal in Conductor. I wonder how well it can understand the current code base in Conductor. So how would I do that? Open Claude Code in the terminal in Conductor. Like as in where the application kind of files are. It looks like the switches in iOS. Yeah, that's why I kind of like it. On the right. Oh, here. True. Good call. Yes, proceed. So what do you want me to ask it? How well it can understand the current code base in Conductor. How well do you understand the current code base inside of the Conductor IDE? I can see from the Git status that this is a new repository with only an initial commit and one untracked file. Okay. That was quick. Let me read that file to understand what's in the code base. I do like that they've just got the terminal right there. I now have a complete understanding of this code base. It's a simple self-contained single file project. The code base is minimal, just this one file that isn't yet committed to Git. Yo, it even mentioned the glass morphism on the backdrop. That's kind of cool. Now, what's really cool with this plan, you can post YouTube videos that evaluates all of the different IDEs for people and get some big exposure. You'll evaluate more deeply than any other content creator. Pretty much everyone just evaluates UIs. You'll have real metrics. All right. Appreciate that, Nothorius. Appreciate you helping me out on that one. This is how I use Claude Code in Cursor Bro. Pretty much same UI as Conductor. It's smarter than using the Opus 4.5 agents in the main IDE chat. I think Doobie just doesn't like seeing code. Dude, code scares the shit out of me. So, are you not happy with the response, Slayer of the West? Do you feel like this isn't the response that you were hoping for when I asked it how well it understood the code base? Like, I'm curious, what were you expecting with from the response? Are you saying that I should be using the terminal within the IDE rather than the chat? Or kind of like a hybrid approach where you like switch in between them? Conductor hasn't impressed me yet? Interesting. All right, well, I feel like we got a good idea of Conductor. It's cool. I like it. Personally, I like it. The chat doesn't seem as impressed. No, it's good. What I'm saying is that Opus 4.5 in the chat is different than using Claude Code in that terminal view. It's more powerful. Yeah, okay. Okay, so it's almost like you have this IDE open, but you're really just using the terminal. And the IDE kind of helps out by using multi-agents. I'm wondering if you could almost like change this chat into the terminal. Can we replace this middle chat section with just the terminal? Like, are we able to, we're able to customize this workflow, right? Yes, I'm asking about the Conductor app UI. I haven't looked at the GitHub issues feature because I have no idea what it is. That's outside my control. I can only modify code in my workspace, not the Conductor app interface itself. That's a bit annoying. For UI feedback. So you're saying you don't have the ability to change this workspace at all and edit it to my specific workflow and style? GitHub issues feature equals Kanban? Actually? No way. So what it says, Command I. My hand, buddy, couldn't recognize my fingerprint. Connect linear account. Continue with Google. The workspace URL is already taken, bro. Just give me something. All right. It's a purpose-built system for developing products to streamline issues, projects, and product roadmaps. Cool, cool, cool. Meet the command menu, Command K, authenticate with GitHub. Oh, cool. So what was it? Command I. Nice. We already connected. Oh, there we go. Now we're connected. So now if I go here and I go Command I, no issues assigned to you. How come you didn't give me, okay, so I can see the history here. I'm not gonna lie, the UI design for this IDE is really clean. So I can absolutely customize how I work within this space. Let me clarify the distinction. Modify any codes in your workspace, adapt my workflow to your preference, follow specific coding styles, change how I communicate or structure my response, change the Conductor app's visual interface. Okay. Anyway, I feel like that's Conductor. I think we've seen enough. But like I think we've seen enough. Let's see the next one. Let's give Warp a go. So we got warp right here. Open. Almost have that file ready for you. All right, choose and throws. Give me also step by step on how to use it. You know my level. All right, so I'm here with a blank slate. Now let's add, okay, so these are, I'm assuming, different windows. So if I was to just, yes, proceed. Now, if I was to just add here, this isn't an AI chat, is it? So if I was to go, I want to build a countdown timer for the upcoming Valentine's Day in 2025. It's just not going to work. Okay. So I have to open up Claude Code, which here I'll just say, I want to build a countdown timer for the upcoming Valentine's Day in 2025. Where it should be able to correct me, say it's 2026. No. Yes. Allow. 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 157 lines of code, lines to okay. Now this is scaring me a little bit. Purely because I'm not a coder. Open and honest about it. And you know, even this here, it didn't open it automatically. Open the file in your browser. Open Valentine's Day. Open file. Okay. We got here. What the hell? Where's the timer? It didn't correct me. We're using the exact same model. How can there be such a big difference? It didn't even correct me that it was 2026. It didn't even create a timer. It's got some lame ass animation. I'm confused. Let me ask Claude Code. So I gave warp and conductor the same prompt. And I'm a bit confused because they both use Claude under the hood, but they came with drastically different results. Even though both use Claude under the hood, the results can be drastically different because of several factors. Why same AI, different results? System prompts and instructions. Each IDE gives Claude different behind-the-scenes instructions before your prompt ever reaches it. One might say, always use React, while another says, keep it simple with vanilla HTML. You never see these, but they shape everything. Interesting. Default tech stack. One IDE might default to a specific framework, another might lean toward plain. This alone creates wildly different code for the same request. Some IDEs start you with a pre-built project structure. Others start with a blank slate. How they send your prompt. Your words might get wrapped in additional context, like the user is a beginner or optimized for production, totally changing the output. They might use different Claude versions or different temperature. What this means for your evaluation. This is actually the whole point of testing multiple IDEs. The wrapper around Claude matters just as much as Claude itself for your experience. Which result felt more approachable to you? Which one would be easier for you? Honestly, I'm already put off warp. Are we all in agreement here? Like, I'm not a huge fan of warp right now. Like I literally, the whole point of me, and it was obviously an accident, but I wrote 2025 instead of 2026. Conductor was able to correct me and produce a much nicer, like let's just put these side by side. Like there's like a night and day difference here. This doesn't even have a timer. And this looks amazing. It's used glass morphism, like that's contemporary UI design. That's literally recent, like that's a recent Apple update. The whole glass morphism stuff. I think warp is kind of out, man. I'm not really vibing warp. What do you guys think? Coco thinks warp's out as well. Like, dude, I think what's really impressed me is the fact that Conductor was able to ask me, hey, you actually got the wrong date. The current date is this. So do you want to switch it? That is huge. That's huge. Think of how much human error there is in the world, right? Yeah, I think warp's out. What's everyone thinking? Dub, you won't be using these ideas to design UI regardless, so why are you evaluating the UIs? You're going to be using Pencil, lol. I mean, hey, we haven't tried Pencil yet. Let's see. But you're right. All right, let's have a look. All right. Warp is out. I'm not going to lie. Not a huge fan of warp. Let's cross this out. Not a huge fan, man. I like I said, I forgot to time it. But yeah, not a fan. All right, Pencil. Now this one I'm really, really excited for. I'm not gonna lie. It just sounds incredible. So this will be able to design 9 landing pages in parallel. So that will be pretty crazy. So let's see. So what's this? Oh no, don't give me an explanation. Turn this step 1 frame into dark design with Claude Code. Okay, so we got our little chat interface here. And is this, I guess this is the tutorial. So you can just kind of prompt vibe what you want is what I'm gauging. Kind of like Figma. Seems cool. Can we start from scratch? Don't save. All right, we're from scratch now. All right. So what was our prompt? I want to build a countdown timer for the upcoming Valentine's Day in 2025. I want to create a countdown timer for the upcoming Valentine's Day in 2025. I know a lot of people that use Warp. It isn't for the agent. I think you're going about it wrong. Use Warp to run multiple terminals. But the thing is, like, Conductor does that as well. Doobie Conductor isn't used to, Pencil isn't used to create applications. That's fine. I mean, we won't assess it. We won't assess it on its ability to correct me on the 2025 thing then. This is cool. Okay. Interesting. Took a screenshot. The design looks great. I noticed the heart emojis at the top and bottom aren't displaying. That's really nice. Dude. So how And what was cool about that video was how it did multiple at one time. The time is placeholder. Let's try this. Please create 3 other alternatives. Is this gonna work? Okay. Alternative 1, alternative 2, alternative 3. Okay. Clean. This is actually really cool. At what point is it gonna ask me? I mean, it's just connected to my Claude Code, is it? Yeah, okay. Exactly. Warp should just be looked at as a terminal UI only, in my opinion, not as an agent to code. Okay. It doesn't ask you. You select elements and comment. Honestly, this is winning. So I like the ability to, like, let's say if I could go here and just be like, where would I add a comment? Can we change this to glass morphism? It's cool to see that you can just see it adjust in real time. Okay, it's just changed the whole thing. Now, how far can I extend this? Is it, oh, it's gonna do it for all of them. Can we create 10 more alternatives? So you're saying I can just create up as many as I want and then just pick? Is there a limit? This one's nice. Yeah, the selection ended up copying across all of them, which is fine. It also changed the actual layout entirely, but it could also be my prompting. The pencil feature. Where's the pencil feature? Okay, let's try this actually. I like the background of the playful design, the timer of the dark, elegant design, and the overall copy of the minimal design. Can we create a 5th alternative that incorporates all of these designs together? This will be cool. Okay, let's see. So it's copying the copy. It's got the background, and it's got the timer. That's pretty clean. That's really nice. Does it beat the one-shot prompt from Conductor though, is what I'm trying to say. I don't think it does. Can we create 10 more alternatives inspired by this? Actually, let's go. Can we create 10 more alternatives inspired by this specific design combined? Dude. No way. I can see this being super, super useful if you're first starting out a project and you don't really know what the UI is going to look like. This is like, you guys have heard, is it 99 Designs, where you set out like a budget and then creators will come in and draw something or like create like a logo or whatever, and whoever the best logo is able to, I guess, kind of come in and claim the reward. Kind of reminds me of that. So it's just continued from where we left off. So it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And so I'm assuming this is kind of like Figma, where you can kind of come in here and, you know, I'm not a Figma pro, but I can add text. So I can actually edit this. Is that right? And now I can edit Valentine's Day. Or I can edit this to say 2026. Okay. And then if I go back here, what options have I got? Hug height, fill height. Hug height, fill width, hug width, fill width. Okay. Alignment is in the middle. Could we make it at the bottom? Is that gonna work? No. So this is basically Figma. I was terrible at Figma personally, but hey, this is cool. Not too sure what I've done here. Okay, the fill came in. Just probably get rid of these. That's cool. Pencil, I'm impressed. I think I would be more impressed if I used it first. I'm not gonna lie, I feel like I should have used Conductor last. I haven't used sticky notes. I mean, this kind of just reminds me of my, whoa. Oh, okay. Hold up. Maybe I spoke too soon. All right, let's look at this. Let's put a sticky note. Ah. Okay. Let's just put it here and say, oh, this is covering it. Put this up here. Let's put the sticky note here and say, the copy feels a bit cheesy. Can we change it up? Now let's run this. This is cool. So you can almost like go across all the designs and write down your sticky notes and just start running them. That's really cool. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty freaking cool, dude. Just a playful variant. Nice, I like that it asks me that. I'll need to be a bit more specific, I guess. Don't forget the flowers. I like that. So it's changed it up a little bit. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Pencil's cool. Pencil's cool. I can see this being super handy when it comes to super complex builds where you really got to be careful about, you know, the user flow and, you know, when you're thinking about the wireframes and you've got like, you know, a dashboard and a user portal and there's all these different functions and it starts to get a bit complicated. I can seriously see this being incredibly, incredibly useful. And then how I would export code and MCP. So I would just export this. Active MCP into, on Pencil startup MCP is automatically set up to existing CLI tools and IDEs if you have them and removed on quit. Okay. Pencil app has to be launched first. Note, if you still don't see Pencil MCP tools, make sure. Let me see if it works with Conductor. I don't think, they didn't list it, but I'm curious since my heart goes out to Conductor right now. So what did it say? It said /MCP. No, if you don't see Pencil MCP tools, make sure to launch Pencil app first and then Claude Code afterwards. Tools automatically on launch. Ask Claude to generate code from the designs. Be able to access selections. All right. Pencil. So then what I would do, ask Claude to generate code from your designs. This is cool. So let's just say batch design. So I can use it in Conductor by the looks of it. I just need to figure it out. Use Claude Code Terminal. Pencil could have helped you design your crypto app. Dude, you're 100% right. Dude, Pencil definitely could have done that. I think I will use Pencil for more complex builds. So I think right now what I'm thinking, I think Conductor's just winning in terms of overall vibe. Okay, guys? We need to think about the overall vibe. All right? Warp is cool. Multi-agents, hey, I'm not dismissing Warp, all right? Multi-agents is sick. Conductor also has multi-agents, man. And, you know, I learned this today, but it's all about the hidden prompts that we don't see. So, you know, what is Conductor telling Claude Code when I type in a prompt? What does, you know, freaking Warp say when I enter a prompt? I think that really matters. And Conductor feels like it's built more for vibes. Like, I think Conductor is all about the vibes, not gonna lie. DB, I put the file in Discord for evaluation. Can you see the work tree in Conductor? How do I do that? Let me ask it. I want to see the work tree in the Conductor UI. How do I view it? I think you can paste it into Claude Code, the file in Discord. You're Notorious. You're not trying to hack my computer, are you? Okay. Let's have a look. Firstly, let me look at this. I don't have visibility into Conductor's UI control or menus. I only interact with the workspace. All right, let me screenshot this and send it. The other thing I like is on the Claude terminal, I'm not able to share images. At least I haven't figured out how to do it yet. Kill me. So I'm able to screenshot and send shit in the chat. Very nice. Can I do that with Warp? You can't. So if I were at Claude, I mean, I'm sure it's just like adding a tool or a skill or something, but yeah, I can't. Oh, you can. It's right there. Okay, good to know. Okay, don't mind me. I'm just talking shit. I can see the Conductor UI, left sidebar, your workspace list. It looks like the right panel with the Changes tab is showing your work tree. So now you can just kind of look in the code. And cool. What's this? Disabled thinking. Why would I do that? All right. No, this is cool. Honestly, I'm liking the vibe. I'm liking the vibe. Non-technical dev here. The UI is clean. It's doing the job. Conductor, not gonna lie, I like how it's integrated into my Mac. It looks very stylish. It's winning. It's winning by a long shot. All right, let's look at this code that Notorious has sent me. Agentic IDE evaluator. So you're saying, Notorious, that I can literally... Conductor is basically easy cursor. I see that. I see that. I see that. Yo, on Claude Code, yes sir. So, I do want to try this. Notorious, can you give us like a bit of an explanation? Put it into Claude Code and it should work, I think. So, I literally just put this text file into Claude Code. Let's have a look. This is a YAML configuration file for an agentic IDE evaluator. Essentially a specification prompt template for an AI agent to systemically evaluate and compare different AI-powered code editors. Here's what this file describes. A framework to evaluate agentic IDEs, AI-powered code editors against a Workflow Engine 3 gold standard, focusing on 3 priorities. This is so overkill. I love it. All right, so key components. Hope you understand. I'm on co-work, right? Yeah. So please. Do I need to give it up? I think I need to give it access. So if I was to go, working folder. So let's go back. I messed up. All right. So work in a folder. Now we've got our applications folder. Which it can work inside of. Is outside your home directory. Your folders within your home directory can be used. You can select a different folder. Okay. How do I make this work? Conductor feels like a stepping stone, but agree that I would graduate to Cursor after, especially if you want to improve as a dev. 100% I want to improve as a dev. Yeah. I think Conductor is a good starting point, for sure. Just seeing how it is, it's definitely a huge step. It asked if you wanted to run it. Did it? Please run it. I'd be happy to help you run this IDE evaluation framework. Before I start, I need to clarify a few things since this is a significant undertaking. Which agentic IDEs would you like me to evaluate? So here I would say, you know what? Let's download Cursor real quick. This will be good for you guys since you guys always talk about Cursor. So we can actually evaluate it right now. Maybe to start, let's see how it does with Conductor. Nah, screw it. All or nothing, gang. Damn, my internet is hella fast. Downloaded that in like 3 seconds. Alright. So we've got Cursor up and running. Already looks a bit scary. Alright, cool. Cursor's up. Let's go. Cursor plus warp plus conductor. Next. What matters most to you in an IDE? Use default weights. Create a test project. All right. Let's suss this out. Needs to have full control of your machine. I mean, I don't know if I'm gonna trust putting a prompt in and give it full control of my machine, but I'll put it through cowork. And at least I can tick the permissions, you know? Am I liking your prompt? So, I mean, let's see how it runs first. Got it. You want me to evaluate Cursor, Warp, and Conductor using the default weights. And I'll create a benchmark test project. Let me set this up. First, I'll create a benchmarks repository structure in the evaluation evidence folders, then begin the evaluation process. Now let me create the benchmark repository with the standard tasks. So how long do we reckon this runs for? Maybe while this is running, we can do something else. All right, so Pencil. What do we think of Pencil? I thought it was pretty cool. Biggest suggestion, if you want to improve AI tools, are great, but the tool is only as good as the user. Get your fundamentals solid. The weapon is only as good as the wielder. I completely agree with you, man. I also feel like the best way to learn, that I'm finding at least, is just through using the AI tools, right? It's gonna take a hot minute. Oh no. I've reached my limit. I've reached my limit. Okay, I think we need to get Claude Max now. We went as far as we could with the Pro plan. Hey, it's cheaper for me because I'm in Australia. All right. Hold on, let me fix screens while I sort out the billing. All right, so yeah, I'll play some music for you guys while I figure this out. We back. What's going on? So let's see. Please continue. Cool. Alright, I'll let that run. And while that's going, also check out the Discord if you haven't already. Everyone that joins gets like a cool role. Give you guys like an OG role or something. Now what I do want to do is, I feel like we're switching to Claude Code as we speak. That's kind of happening. We're finding the best, I mean, we kind of feel like I've done that. What is Claudebot? Vibecoding our own promo video using Remotion. And what is Claudebot? I mean, I kind of want to know what Claudebot is. Have you guys heard about Claudebot? Break the tool? How is it breaking the tool? Cowork runs on its own, doesn't it? Right? Following live stream, Doobie takes on NeoVim. What the hell is NeoVim? Claudebot was pretty fire. Oh, it needs to take screenshots, really? I did not know that. Maybe it's got to do the research then. I mean, it seems to be doing that. It seems to be doing what you recommended, which is researching alternatively. So you're telling me my computer is literally unusable right now? I mean, I should have known that. I haven't played around with Claude Code too much. Claude Code works, sorry. Yeah, so what's NeoVim exactly? Can you guys please explain? If you want to use a computer user tool, then you can't use your computer while it's running. But I don't know if Cowork is a computer user tool. Claude Code is an IDE, is your best bet. Like the Claude Code terminal itself? Yeah, we're gonna find out the hard way, Notorious. But I feel like I've used the computer while letting Claude Code run on the side. NeoVim is just a superset of Vim, which is a in-terminal text editor people use to write code. NeoVim is about to feel so underwhelming after you've seen all these IDEs. It's funny. With 30% less source code than Vim, the vision of NeoVim is to enable new applications without compromising Vim's traditional roles. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, this looks mad on. Am I meant to know what NeoVim is? What is NeoVim? Please explain to me like the most stupidest guy you've ever met. Okay, this is working. It's done a few steps. Okay, it's just doing online research. Yo, Notorious, It doesn't look like it's going in detail through the apps. It's doing it through the online research. NeoVim is a text editor. That's it. It edits text. Now, here's where humans decide to make it weird. Most editors work like this. You click, you type, you scroll, you highlight with your mouse. NeoVim says no mouse, no clicking, no babysitting. Just talk to it using keyboard commands like you're piloting a spaceship. You don't type and then move. You are always in a mode. Think of it like this. Your keyboard has personalities. One personality types letters, another personality moves around, another deletes stuff. You switch personalities with keys. That's the whole gimmick. Imagine a Word document. You click. In NeoVim, you never click. You tell it what you want. Done. Select text, delete. Right. Okay. So it feels a bit vibey, I guess. Why people love it and won't shut up about it. He's got a good point there. Because once your hands learn it, you move insanely fast. Okay, that's cool. It's kind of like, the way I see this is it's kind of like iPad, and it's like air gestures where you can like kind of do things. Even like with the Mac, like how I can switch between tabs like this and like, you know, if do this, like this adds efficiencies, right? NeoVim is another rocket ship. Don't mind it. Bro, I'm Taylor Swift, man. I'm Taylor Swift in my jet, bro. What do you mean? I'm all about the rocket ships. LMFAO, I'm joke. I'm not going to say it. Same, brother. Dr. Salt, where do you work? Hey, Nathoris, it's alright, man. I feel like it's going to do just as good a job through research. So I think we're fine. Hey, if you guys are liking the stream, feel free to, you know, give it a thumb. Also subscribe, man. I feel like I don't say it enough. So here we are. There's your call to action. I live stream pretty much every day. Except weekends, because my beautiful girlfriend gets angry when I don't spend enough time with her. Research Conductor AI features. Okay, I mean, it's working. It's working. I really want to try Remotion. So in order to try Remotion, you gotta add this command, right? This one. npx skills Remotion dev skills. Okay. Let's try this through Conductor. I also want to know how this is gonna go. Maybe we swap these around. There's specifically this one video that I wanted to look at for Claude, but actually nah, it makes sense for us to do it now, hey, since we are kind of looking at IDEs already. They're specifically, right? Sorry, I tried. It's alright, Nathoris. Don't worry about it, bro. It looks like it's working, no? Like it's literally doing all the research and stuff. It just didn't go onto my computer and try it. So if I was to go and just copy this into Conductor, which I should probably create a shortcut for since I keep going to it. Man, it's so clean. Like Conductor just looks so nice. Like, let's do quick start. Yeah, sure. So we're in here and we're just gonna do this. We're gonna open Claude. Yes, proceed. Let's add this. Wrangling. Do you want to proceed? Yes. Caramelizing. Error. npm warn exec. The installation failed due to a TTY initialization error. This is a known issue with the skills CLI when running in certain terminal environments. Git clone. Maybe it's because it's through Conductor. Let's try this. So basically what we're doing now, while we have this running in the background, is we are testing out Remotion. So quick little intro on Remotion, just for anyone that doesn't know. Remotion is basically gives you the ability to create some crazy animations. All right, it's honestly really sparked my interest. The ability to vibe code I guess, your own promo video. Here's an example. Pretty cool, you know? Yeah, no, I rate it. I think it's really cool. So wouldn't it be cool if we made one for Sway? Seems pretty sick. So yeah, that's basically what we're doing right now. I just want to try out Remotion. OTX2 is a video gen model you can run locally. That's cool. Okay, so it's running. While that's running, we've got Claude still going. I think it's stopped. Is it just me or is it kind of broken? It's kind of stopped. I feel like it's broken. Okay, let's see if this works. It didn't work inside of Conductor, but I'm assuming it'll work inside the terminal. Let's see. Put some lo-fi beats back on. You know I can't live without it. Man, I can't wait to be rid of Replit, man. I can't wait. I want to look at that. I want to look at that UI that we made again. Like, that was clean. Forgot how I got there, but nah, I really like Conductor, man. Like, it's just so neat and tidy. Seems like it's got a review. Get an AI code review. So it reviews your code. That's pretty cool. still working. What about the terminal? Do you want to proceed? Yes. Hey, it's working in terminal, so it just wasn't working in Conductor. Cool. Final verdict. The code is generally well written and ready for use with minor improvements recommended. The identified issues are: 1 medium priority issue, the data parsing could cause the countdown to fail in certain browsers. Okay, this should be fixed before deployment. 4 lower priority issues, local storage, error handling, animation timing, race condition, and accessibility improvements for reduced motion and screen readers. None of these are blocking issues. Okay, so it's got its own code reviewer. And what's cool is I actually have 2 different projects in here. So I've got my countdown timer, but I've also got this other test field that I've just opened. So I could open a new agent workspace within this project. Then I could also open a new agent workspace within this project and work on 2 projects at the same time. Now that sounds like it's gonna run through my Claude Code max plan really quickly. Not gonna lie. But this is cool. This feels like I've just upgraded my weapon. This whole time I've just been fighting with like a stick, and I feel like I've just gotten like a stone pickaxe or something. Alright, I think Remotion's done. You can view the skills at... Okay, so... I've downloaded Remotion now. I want to create a promo video for my prediction market swiping app called Sway. Is it as easy as doing that? Man, I've got 50 tabs open right now. Allow. Alright, let's connect these. This. I'd be happy to create a promo video for Sway using Remotion. Let me first check if you have an existing Remotion product or we need to set one up. What style of promo video do you want for Sway? Kinetic typography, bold text animations highlighting keywords, abstract shapes and animations with feature callouts, combined app mixed. Maybe go mixed. Aspect ratio. I mean, what's popular? People seem to be using the horizontal. Let's go horizontal. Do you have assets, screenshots, logo, app mockups to include? Let's start with maybe, ooh. Yes, I do. So I've got a Google Drive here. Is it able to read my Google Drive and understand what these are? Do you want to proceed? Yes. I see the vision with the name. Appreciate it, bro. Glad someone sees it. What I'm curious about is, so Remotion has added a skill to Claude Code. How does Remotion get paid? Because obviously this would take tokens, right? does Claude Code do payouts based on how much skills are being used? I'm really confused on like the monetization of these companies. Chat's petition for Doobie to try cursor. Make a poll right now. How do you even make a poll? Ah, I found it. Alright. Try cursor. Or forever rest your peace. Alright, it's up. Hey, whoever votes no is a real one, just saying. Whoever votes no is a real one. Hello? Whoever votes no is a real one. Yes. No, yes. Damn, you guys really like cursor, huh? Forever hold your peace. Or forever hold your peace. That's so true. Rest your peace doesn't even make sense. Notorious the only one voting no. That's so true. Alright, I'm gonna give it 3 minutes. Alright. Hey Siri, set a timer for 3 minutes. Come on, guys. You know I don't want to use that shit. Vote no if you're a real one. Y'all really out here about to make me use cursor, man. Doobie, I'm just gonna put together an evaluation report for you since Claude is researching anyways using GPT 5.2 Pro. Alright. Appreciate you, Notorious. There's a reason it's one of the fastest companies to hit 100 million annual recurring revenue. Wow. That is really impressive. Cursor is awesome. Alright, so we got a bunch of Cursor fans in here. Clearly. Alright, 36% out of 64%. We've got exactly about 2 minutes left on the timer. We just want to see you use it. But Conductor looks fantastic for you currently, but don't be scared of code. It don't bite. Alright. Should I try and do the Valentine's Day timer thingy? I'll try and do that through freaking Cursor, man. Far out. You guys, man. You guys really out here trying to convert me into a dev, man. Telling me about NeoVim and shit. Like, bro. Y'all need to relax. Oh, far out, man. Alright, let's just look at it. Like, dude, off the rip, man. Like, it just... Like, look at it, man. It looks scary, man. Codex skills now automatically work in Cursor. Thanks, bruv. Now, you guys are going to have to help me out here. Would it just be a open project? Maybe I got to sign in first. Alright, I'm signing in with my Google account. Actually, if I sign in with my GitHub account, then I don't need to do 2 sign-ins in one, right? That's way better. All right. Hey, I'm just signing in yet. The poll isn't over. We've got 3 seconds left. All right, what's the verdict? What's the poll on? What have we hit? 64. All right, end poll. Screw you guys. All right. Let me suss this out. So let me get rid of this BS. let's make this the centerpiece. All right. Cursor, what am I doing? I've just authorized GitHub. Now, what do? Create a file for your app and then open it. Okay, let's create a file for my app and let's call it the Valentine's Day Countdown. All right, now let's open a project. In my desktop, I've got Valentine's Day Countdown. Okay, we're in. So far, so good. I haven't broken anything. It's looking all right. Cursor agent in your terminal. Integrate with your existing setup and workflow, whatever you code. Run in parallel with agents. Okay. What's this? Try in agent. What's that? All right, so we've got this. And this is the agent right here. Obviously, we're going to toggle that max mode on. Maxes out context window and tools. Okay, so it's not necessary, but we're going to do it anyway. Let's Opus 4.5, of course. Infinite is agent. Plan. Agent. All right, well, we didn't really plan for the others, so let's see. First off, make that shit dark mode. All right, so... How do we do that? We go settings. How the frick do I make this dark mode, man? Can I just ask AI? Oh, here we go. We need to make money. How are we going to make money? Money will come, my friend. Money will come. Money has come, actually, if now that I think about it. Have you seen the revenue we've made in 18 days? All right, so Blues is giving me a challenge that I'm currently incapable of completing. How to change cursor to dark mode. To access, navigate to settings, accessibility. Where is accessibility? Is it this one? Oh wait, no, that's not it. Agents, it's got to be in general. Menu bar, keyboard shortcuts, editor settings, manage account. Bro, ain't no way I'm stumped off the rip. Default mode, text size, it's got to be here. Dude, there's literally no way to change it. Go to the top search bar and type theme. Type forward theme. So color theme, I'm assuming. And then we'd want it to be quiet light. No. Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah. Oh, you see that? I bet you didn't see that coming. I bet you didn't see that coming. Remotion is open source and free. All right. So that's how they monetize. All right. So now what we're gonna do is we are in our Valentine's Day. Wait, I can't even see the text now. Why is the text so dark? I messed up. Okay, all right, so we just gotta find the right one. Oh, this one's nice. There we go, I like this. All right, let's stick to this. Oh man, I can't believe you're making me do this shit, dude. Dude, what the hell? All right, now how do I get into my workspace? Get rid of this. All right, new agent, I'm assuming, right? And then in the top right, I would just explain to my agent what I need, which is a countdown timer for the upcoming Valentine's Day in 2025. Now, we are going to check if this corrects us, okay? So let's see. I want to build a countdown timer for the upcoming Valentine's Day in 2025. Premium model. The latest models are currently only available to paid users. About to convert this guy to not use his mouse. Bro, you guys are near him, man. All right, so what do I do? Well, like, I don't want to. Do I get a free trial at least? Like, this guy ain't no way. It's making me do a checkout right now. Off the rip, I haven't even tried it yet. All right, let's try Sonnet. And maybe let's turn max mode off. Free users can only use GPT 4.1 or Auto as premium models. Bro, that's, come on guys. Come on guys. This is what we're working with. This is what we've been recommending, man. I have to go down to freaking ChatGPT. Oh, dude. Am I doing this right? You can make the agent chat full screen. How do I do that? Oh. Okay. This is cool. Now let's just type in my prompt. I want to build a countdown timer for the upcoming Valentine's Day in 2025. Creating a Valentine's Day 2025 countdown timer as a single self-contained HTML page with a romantic look and live updating. Ooh. This is cool. Okay, it's showing me code, but so far we're okay. I'm following. So I could look into this if I wanted to over here, but I don't have to. Here's what's in the Valentine's Day 2025 countdown timer. Okay, it didn't correct me, but I'm not gonna even bother since it's not using the latest models. So do I need a review or how to view? Double click index.html. Right click open with your browser. I double clicked it. Single file. Okay, so I'd go to here, index.html, open with my browser. Oh, snap. Now it hasn't gotten the right date, so let's actually change that. The current date is the 26th of January 2026. So can we actually make it for Valentine's Day 2026? Now, okay. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of happy that we worked up to this because I feel like everything prior has been like almost the entree. Like it's been preparing me for the main boss fight. You know what I mean? Okay, so I should be able to just refresh this. Yo! Are you guys happy? I freaking used freaking used Cursor. Now, what's so special about Cursor? Can you guys please tell me? Ask it to make a learning curriculum for me. Please create a learning curriculum for me to understand Cursor. You can, to right click in the file explorer on the left in Cursor, Slayer, he's evaluating IDEs, top right, toggle in the editor view to hide the code. Which would be just that. So I literally only have an agent. Man, I'm really curious what your guys' setups looks like now. Nothorious, is Flywheel more or less complicated than this? Be honest. Play around with the toggle from agent plan ask. Okay. Ten modules from basic to daily workflow. What is Cursor? How it differs from VS Code? Getting started, install, open a project. Using chat. I mean, we're kind of up to here already, right? Chat mentions. So if I was like at index.html, I could be like, I don't like the background color. Can we change it to peachy pink? Is that going to work? Or is that specifically for the file? No. This is really cool. I will not lie. I really like the responsiveness. Like just seeing it just spit out all this code makes you feel like a bit of a genius. Ask, agent, debug, and plan. What is dope is the different modes. Okay, so consider it like this. You have hobbyist tools like Replit, you have enthusiast tools like Conductor, you have professional tools like Flywheel. Each one adds new layers of complexity and control. Okay, I see that. So we're up to Conductor right now. Would you say Cursor's in the same line with Conductor? All right, so we've replaced it. Let's have a look. This is neat and tidy. All right, let's try out these modes. So you start with ask. Do I need to create a new project for this? I'm thinking of adding a night and day toggle to the website. What do you think? Night and day, dark and light. A dark light toggle is a good idea for this page. Why it fits. Okay, what you'll need. If you'd like, I can walk through exactly what to add in your... So this feels like ChatGPT. This ask feature right here. Now, ask if you want to ask a question about your project. So let's get a plan. Please plan how you would implement the light versus dark feature on our website. So if I wanted to look at the code, where would I look? We've got, what's all this extra stuff? We've got a terminal here. So I've actually just gotten rid of everything, I've realized. We've got, whoa. What's going on? So, am I still even in the agent right now? Yeah, I am. Got rid of, wait. So then if I did the cursor, I'd be able to open up Claude in here. Wait, so I don't even, extension install failed. Technically, do I still need to pay for cursor if I've got Claude Code in the terminal? Does that just mean I don't? Ooh. Okay. So, where'd my agent text box go? I feel like we missed it. Okay, here it is. So what it's done is it's given me this, and I open it, and I get to see this. This is interesting. So it actually creates like a bit of a diagram. Semantic CSS. Okay. This is pretty interesting, I'm not gonna lie. Take some time to get used to the UI lol. Yeah, the UI is a bit wonky, but I see the vision, I'm not gonna lie. To be fair, I think cursor is the most complex, not talking agentic, but because it's a fork of VS Code, as the skill ceiling is very high. Left sidebar, I don't see any skill in cursor so far compared to Claude Code. Like running a multi-step workflow with multiple agents, etc. in a single prompt. Yeah, so is this, you can do multi-agent work, right? With cursor? Take some time to get used to, and Flywheel gives you very good tools for Claude Code that you likely want either way. Nathoris, do you use Flywheel? Click the search icon in the top left sidebar and search Claude Code. I mean, it's coming up with nothing. I feel so lost, guys. What am I doing here? I feel like I don't belong here. Genuinely, I don't. The diagrams equals mermaid.js rendering. But Claude Code is the highest of complexity dependent on the user. But what's cool about Claude Code is like, it doesn't really matter whether you're, a senior developer or a junior, you're able to use it regardless. Take some time to get used to the UI, click the search icon, get the Claude Code extension, and know you don't need to pay for cursor if you only want to use Claude Code as the agent encoder. So is this, how do I do that? How do I get the Claude Code extension? Let me ask AI real quick. I believe this is the agent right here. I want to get the Claude Code extension, so I can just use Claude Code on here since I'm already a paying subscriber. How do I do that? Okay, well, let's just mess that up. Claude Code. Man, I feel like this is a mess. The other icon on the far right, you mean this one? Can you guys see, by the way? Am I zoomed in enough? Is this better? Is that a bit too much? Go back one. What to do next? Cursor settings, models, AI. See if Claude is an option. Extension. Search Claude Code. If you find an extension that supports. Open the extension view. Command Shift X. Oh, it's right here. Claude Code for VS Code. Why is it only rated 3.5 stars? That doesn't make any sense. By the Anthropic team. Alright, so we've got this. So now that I've got the extension, how would I use it? Claude Code, try again, click the extension icon. What app is he using to AI code? No answer from chat about multiple cursor like in Conductor, so I am guessing limited to one. Bring your left side bar back. There it is. I mean, it's right there. I don't understand how this relates to cursor. I meant before I switch from cursor, my bad. Okay, so we've got Claude Code now. Can I pick it? Okay. Can we like, dude, this UI is confusing the shit out of me, guys. Like, what the hell is going on here? So, let me get rid of some shit. And let's bring this back. So we've added the extension. How do I use it? It's open as a window in cursor. Oh, okay. So how do I do that then? Do I just search it up? Oh, I searched up here, don't I? Nope. Dude. Dude, this has just made me dislike cursor even more. There should be open the Claude Code panel. Claude Code panel. Claude. So I have to put that in every time. Which one you reckon? Use in sidebar. There should be a Claude Code logo. Open. Let's go open in new tab. Okay, so now we can just work through Claude Code on cursor. Okay, we got there. We got there. Hey, we got there. We got there. So I've got Claude Code here. Now, let's see if we can use the same file path. How do I give it context? It's the hands-on dev experience. When you switch to auto Claude, you're just running blah, blah, blah. Just install Claude CLI, way better. Okay. Alright, honestly, I'm gonna start from scratch. Because I built that with a older model, right? So let's try with a newer one. Now we're doing this through cursor, alright? And after I do this, I don't want to hear you guys be talking about cursor, alright? I'm telling you right now, I don't like cursor, okay? Cursor, a bit too advanced for me. Technically, would you like? Simple HTML. See, it auto-corrected me to 2026. Cool. So far Cursor and Conductor are the only two IDEs that have done that. Select the file icon, top left corner. So this would be how I provided with it context, as I can see right here. Okay. Let's do this then. It features a countdown. You can open it in your browser. Wait, so I didn't create it? Let's do this. Please make changes to this specific file. So let's get rid of the code because it's ugly. So we've got a terminal at the bottom. The agent itself is the right panel. So we have a primary sidebar, and then the top is a search. Okay, it makes a bit more sense. And okay. But the agent is separate to the extension. Okay. Is there a benefit to using agent specifically over the extension? I want you to redesign the entire page and start fresh with a completely new concept. I want you to handle the design and all the colors and everything. Ooh, romantic night sky concept. That sounds cool. So the command line interface, something ran in terminal. Terminal and CLI are the same. Okay. It's best to use in terminal rather than CLI, in my opinion. Claude Code is a CLI agent where you delegate coding tasks and it generates edits to a repo. You can add the file instead of, okay. Yes. So in here, I could have at the index HTML file, which is right there. Okay. And then that would give it the context. This is cool. Okay, I'm understanding it. It's a bit more complicated, but I can definitely see how your workflow is just more advanced. All right, so let's refresh this. Ooh, clean. I don't know what this little animation is that's going on over here, but pretty clean. So now, plan mode, we say, I want to integrate a light and dark mode. How do you think we should go about this? Philosophizing. So one thing I will note, the extension is just Claude Code with a UI instead of terminal. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking as well. Yes, add a toggle. Soft romantic pastels. Okay, I can see the similarities between Conductor and Cursor as well. But the thing is, Conductor just feels so much friendlier. Like, look at this. Like, if we were to compare, like, look at this. So the left-hand side, we have Conductor. On the right-hand side, we have Cursor. I don't know why Cursor feels more confusing. Like, Conductor kind of does the same thing as Cursor. You've got the terminal on the bottom right. You've got your files on the top right. Your left-hand side, you've got your sidebar. You've got your agent in the middle. So why is it confusing? What is it about Cursor that makes it so confusing? I'm trying to wrap my head around it. And I think it comes down to UI design. Like, left-hand side, it feels like it could be for a developer, but it's for like an advanced vibe coder. And shoot it through. Doobie, can you ask Cursor what the difference between Cursor versus Claude Code LMAO? Yeah, true. I'll ask the agent. So I've just added the Claude Code extension, and now I'm curious, like, what's the difference between using the Claude Code extension inside Cursor versus just using Claude Code by itself? Kind of feels like I'm just using Claude Code again. It's on Discord? Alright, I'll have a look. Oh, freaking hell, I gotta change back to auto. Here's the short version of the difference. Claude Code by itself, you're in a different place from your editor. You describe or paste code or reference files. Okay. So you can actually edit the code within Cursor. So the big difference is essentially that it's creating code through your agent, and then you can now review that code within the same environment and edit it, is what you're trying to say. You describe or paste code. Claude suggests code and commands. Your editor is just where the files live. Claude doesn't see the editor tabs or project tree. Okay, Claude Code extension inside Cursor. Claude runs inside the same app where your code lives. The extension can use the editor's APIs to know things like open files, project root, current file. Okay, so there is an extra layer to it. So if you're still using Claude, but the context and sometimes actions are tied to Cursor, it can refer to this file, this folder, or the current project in a way that's harder when you're in a separate window. So if the extension is thin, most of the Claude chat embedded in the sidebar with little use of Cursor's file workplace APIs, then yes, it will feel a lot like Claude again, just in the same window. The main win is convenience. One place, no switching, and maybe less copy pasting. If the extension is deeper, it sends workspace context, file paths, or supports and apply to file insert at Cursor, then the difference is real. You get Claude's reasoning with editor-aware context and actions, instead of you manually feeding it snippets and repasting answers. Cursor's own chat composer is built for this editor. So this is where it sends like the secret commands or the silent commands and prompts that are on top of what you send. That's a different product. The Claude extension is bring your own Claude inside that same editor. Use your Claude subscription, and based on the extension, get some of the editor awareness so you're not maintaining two separate workflows. Bottom line, if it already feels like just Claude again, the extension you have is probably light on editor integration. Okay. Makes sense. Makes sense. All right. So let's go back to removing this. And so wait, so did it do that? Let's refresh. So now I need to click up here. Ooh. That's very clean. Dude, look at the animation. I think my camera actually, look at the animation. It like morphs into a moon. That's really clean. Dude, this is cool. This is cool. All right. I rate it. You guys win. You guys win. Cursor is decent. All right. I'm not going to talk as much shit about Cursor anymore. I see why someone would want to use Cursor. I'll leave it at that. I can see it. I can see the reason why you might want to use Cursor. Now, personally, probably going to stick to I almost said Replit. Probably going to stick to Conductor. But I see how, as your workflow evolves and as you get better at developing apps or whatever it is that you're doing, Cursor can kind of click in to your workflow and improve it. Okay? That's all I'll say. That's all you're going to get out of me. All right? Congrats. I hope you got what you wanted. Let's get the hell out of Cursor. Now, Notorious has sent me a detailed breakdown on all the IDEs. But before we do that, I want to look at this promo video that we just vibe prompted. And by vibe prompted, I mean we literally just said a single line, which was create a promo vid for me. So let's have a look. All right. Whoa. That's fucking neat. For a single prompt, it's not bad. Is the glasses for decoration? It's actually for blue light. So I guess, yeah, it is for decoration. Conductor got a middling score. I think Conductor is a great start moving away from Replit. Yeah, I agree. Thanks, Blues. Remember when this dude was just using Replit and was against Claude Code, LMA? What app is he using to make the promo vid? We're using the Remotion skill. So let's look at this. Wait, let me just get all these files in. Maybe it hadn't finished yet. It's still kind of going. It's looking a little bit improved. It sent me another one entirely. Is this any different? And what? So can I come in here and edit things? Like, okay, not fully. Can we add sound? I don't hear any music or anything. Okay. No way. Hey, Notorious, you're spoiling the results, man. I want to look at that shit myself. All right, let's have a look. So, for those wondering, Notorious basically wrote a really in-depth prompt where he sent it to the AI. I tried to do it through Claude Code and it actually didn't work properly. Like, it's still going. I'll probably stop this. But it basically creates a score sheet based off of a series of intricate, I guess, findings. I don't know what you'd call it, data sets maybe. And so these are the results. You've got open code at 82, okay? Claude Code raw, right? We all like it raw, right? 79.9. Agent Flywheel. Yo, Notorious, you're missing Replit, bro. Where's Replit? Gastown, 61. Interesting. I would have thought higher. Letter at 73. Warp at 76. Agent Flywheel 77. So Claude Code raw. And then open code. Interesting. Conductor, I only got 72. Multi-agent orchestrator app. That's really interesting. So this is a bit more of a breakdown. Let's actually download this so we can look at this properly. Overall is a weighted roll-up emphasizing your spec, which is flexibility, trust, and friction. Coordination, perf, smaller weight. So Conductor did pretty decent when it came to flexibility. It beat Letter and Warp. And Cursor. And Agent Fly. Wait, oh, I'm looking at the... I hate when I do dumb things on the stream, man. So it only beat Warp. Okay. It tied with Cursor. Agent Flywheel a bit higher. Open Code's the highest. So when it comes to flexibility, it did okay. Friction, multi-agent up to 5, which seems to be the highest. So flexibility and multi-agent, decent. Lock-in risk, confidence, medium. Key trade-offs is in non-technical terms. I appreciate you doing that, Notorious. Most VS Code-like flexible platforms you can customize. Open Code plus Claude plus are strongest when you want to choose your models, choose your planning method. Best Autopilot Studio, opinionated, more guided. Automaker has the Kanban plus plan approval, which is pretty cool. VO is excellent for quickly generating a web app and iterating, but it's a closed platform experience. Less BYO models. Okay. Conductor, Gastown, AutoClaud focus on running multiple agents and keeping work separated, often via work trees, persistent state. They're good if your pain is one agent isn't enough, but they tend to inherit Claude Code first assumptions. We did notice that firsthand, even on the website. Like they just outright mentioned Claude Code over Codex or any of these other AI tools, right? Memory planning are better treated as add-ons. Memory, letter, stateful agents can be laid in rather than forced by the IDE. Per solution notes, why the score looks like this. So Cursor has strong VS Codeness, where Warp has explicit model selection, supports custom API keys, docs emphasize keeping you in control, privacy posture, available in Mac OS, blah, blah, blah. Supports MCP for tool integrations, positions itself as running multiple agents and uses your existing Claude Code login, uses Git work trees. I feel like it doesn't do Conductor justice, because when you actually look online, there isn't that much information about Conductor, where I feel like Warp and Cursor has a lot more written about it, a lot more user kind of, I guess, reviews. Open source, CitySim, metaphor to coordinate multiple Claude Code agents. I mean, Agent Flywheel. So what the highest one was, it was Open Code. So what made open code so good? It was very strong, not forced models. Auth supports 75 providers, local model, stores provider keys locally, supports custom base URLs, supports local and remote MCPs with org defaults that users can opt into. Best match in this list for bring your own everything, but you must supply your own guardrails workflows to reach your specs trust bar. What do we think, guys? I mean, it's interesting, but this would have been based off of like the internet, right? So for example, I feel like some of these tools would have less written about it than some of these other ones. Like Cursor is like obviously one of the most popular tools. I can tell from the chat. Warp as well, where I feel like Conductor doesn't really have a whole lot. I don't know, maybe I'm biased. Overall, pretty cool. We got we went pretty in-depth on this whole thing. A lot more in-depth than I honestly wanted to go, but still, it's pretty interesting and impressive. Good to know that Conductor isn't too far from the top. Like it's 72.1 over 82.1, where you've got like AutoClaude and VO at 60.5, which is pretty crazy. Because I remember when we used VO, we actually kind of liked it. But yeah, for those wondering what we're kind of doing right now, we've been a bit all over the place, but we've basically got, let's see if this command works in chat. But we've basically got, I think, our winner. I think we've gotten our winner, guys. I'm not going to lie. All right, so today we've literally gone through, we've looked at every single thing you guys recommended me, from freaking letter to, open code. We even checked out Cursor. We looked at Warp. And I feel like we narrowed it down to 3, right? Which is Warp. We even checked out Pencil for those that were watching earlier. And we narrowed it down to 3. We narrowed it down to Warp, Conductor, and I'm going to say Cursor just because the chat was pulling my leg about it. And I think, we tried Warp. It felt decent in terms of multi-agent work, but again, it didn't really fit the vibe, I feel like the vibe was missing. End of the day, I am non-technical, and it needs to match, my level and skill set. So Warp felt a bit too rigid. Cursor felt a bit too complicated. Conductor was like a bit of a sweet spot where, we're obviously moving up a level. We've got Conductor instead of Replit, but we're also still in a playground that I feel comfortable with and I'm able to understand. So I think at the end of the day, I'm going to have to crown it to Conductor. Conductor is going to be my new main IDE. Now, once we get Sway submitted properly, I'm going to start using Conductor to add features and all that good stuff. But yeah, overall, pretty fun live stream so far, man. I feel like I've learnt a lot. I really appreciate you guys and your input. I haven't tried Flywheel yet, but it's going to take 30 minutes to download it, which honestly, it's a bit much for me. So we've kind of done. All right, let me get rid of some of this shit. Did we add music? Hold up, been all over the place, man. All right, so let's proceed with Remotion. Remotion is basically a vibe coding editor. So you can basically make promotional videos using just prompts. Music plus sound effects. Overall pretty good. Pretty interesting. And this is what we've gotten so far, which I think it's kind of cool. It got pretty close with the UI even. Like that's kind of almost what our app looks like if you had to simplify it, you know? Yeah. No, it's actually really cool. So Conductor has rather good scores and is easy enough to use. It seems like a good option. Really, if you look at the higher scoring options, they are much harder to use. Look at like this. The bottom of the list is very opinionated, and of the opinionated options, Conductor is rank 1. I see that. I looked into Flywheel, and it just seems like mega overkill for a small solo dev, but nonetheless looks pretty cool. Subscribe to you. Keep it up, bro. Appreciate you, Cozy. What up, Bolt? How you doing? Sorry, the chat's been moving really quick today. I haven't been able to, I guess, reply to everyone as much as I wanted to. So if I've missed your messages, I do apologize. I'm used to the chat being a lot slower, so I can kind of like check it every like minute or so. But current rate, I need to check it like every 5 seconds. Okay, so we've got this added. Let's have a look at what they've done. I'm still not getting any sound. Do I need to give this a refresh? I'm not hearing any music. Currently not hearing any music. What up, Nova Mix? How you doing? Remotion can't add audio? Oh, really? Okay, so Remotion just creates the... Really? I could have sworn Remotion could add audio. Like, when I saw... this one... Like this came audio, right? No, it didn't. Damn, I just remember it was audio. This one came with audio. Like I can't see this guy editing that in. Hold up, let's keep trying. I think Remotion can add audio, but it isn't native. Yes, Remotion definitely can add audio. Good luck. Keep up the good work. Appreciate you, bro. Hey, new here, if you don't mind a little feedback, the text on the screen is too small, too difficult to read, and follow what's going on. Also, the revenue number could be pretty formatted. Okay, let me try actually. if I go to my settings, hold up, give me a second. Let me see if I can just make the default setting a bit bigger. That way you guys can see everything properly. So if we did this, so we'll go default for my laptop, and then for my studio, maybe we go like that. That's a bit too big, so we'll do that. I think that's way better. Hey, let's do that. Cool. Cool. And then it's native. Yeah, it's an edit. If you're still not hearing audio, make sure your browser volume is up. Let's give it a refresh. Dude, okay. Okay, there is audio. It's just not. It's like barely there. Hang on a second. Can you guys hear that? Okay, so we've added like sound effects, but I want to add more, like a background music or something. Okay, so we've added nice little sound effects. Can we add some more like hype kind of background music? Yo, what up, Nick? How you doing? I gotta fix my prompt. By the way, I had it evaluate my IDE. I got a 92 out of 100. Damn, that's pretty solid. When is it? Is that something that you're gonna push live, Notorious? Because that sounds like a product you can definitely sell, right? On the landing page, you could have those benchmarks. Because that's essentially what you've done, right? Done, refresh the page. All right. Let's see how we go. Let me make sure it's not too loud for you guys. All right. Look, I don't love it. It's definitely not the hypey music that we thought it would be. All in all, I definitely think if you gave it the right assets, like, could I? Okay, so you could provide it with assets. And I guess it would use it, but all right, let me see if I can add like a screenshot or something. Let's just add like these two images. I've attached the logo as well as a UI screen. Please implement it into the promo video. what are you building and how much are you spending monthly? I mean, it cost me what? How much? I think the first month was 2,500 Aussie to build the ore miner app, which I'm happy to pay, as long as the app long-term generates revenue. Now, bear in mind that our costs have been significantly high, mainly because of the fact that we were using Replit. Replit was charging us like $80 a day. So, you know, even if I got like 5 Claude Code max plans, I'd still would be spending less than if I just used Replit to build my app. Pretty crazy. So yeah, we're switching over to Claude Code on Conductor, which is going to greatly reduce our costs. And yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to explore. What RPC do you use, brother? I use Helios RPC for the ore miner. There are free local music gen models you can use. What tool are you using to do the audio transcribing? What do you mean? Audio transcribing? $80 a day is tough to spend unless it's obviously making money immediately. I mean, the thing is, we had a really crazy start. Like, I'll show you, but we basically were doing a bunch of promo. Was just kind of making a bunch of content. And early on, the literal founder of Solana retweeted us, like here. So this kind of gave me enough of a validation to just go hard. And, you know, some days I was spending like $400 in a single day because I was just using that many AI tokens. Like, I was literally working like 16 hours just to debug shit, and it was just using that many AI tokens. Like, even if we went on the app itself, and we connected this is the wrong wallet, but we connected the ore miner wallet. So this is the developer wallet, which gives me access to the developer dashboard. And if we just look at how the app has performed, it's been pretty stagnant lately, and it's mainly because I haven't been updating it compared to our competitors. What plan on Helios are you currently using, brother? I was using, it was either Pro or Developer. I forgot what it was called. It was one of those ones. Do I have previous experience as a developer? No, not really. Oh, when you spoke at Rodent Terminal, I'm using Whisper Flow right now, bro. DN6. Oh, totally nice. Yeah, bro. It was pretty crazy. So this is our developer dashboard. Damn, Solana's dropped in price heaps. $176. Dude, when we looked at this a few days ago, Solana was at $220 each. So that's a huge difference. Like, you can see the earnings have gone down. A couple sessions ago, we were close to $2,000. And even though our total Solana has gone up, the actual cost per Solana has gone down. So yeah, that's actually insane. I didn't realize. But you can see we're at 888 users. We've got 3 users using it actively right now as we speak. So if I was to disconnect the wallet and just refresh, we've got 11 active miners. It's actually kind of high. I wasn't expecting it to be so high. Yeah, pretty cool. It could be because I started live streaming on Twitter. So maybe that has a big impact on how much people trust me and want to use my app. Could be. Usually I'll get like some notifications on, I guess, features that might not be working. Yeah, but that's all minor for you guys. Hope that gives you a bit of more of an introduction. I'm gonna have to go back and watch your VODs on how the all minor project works. I'll do you one better, X Nova. Just watch this one video. If you look at my recent upload, I actually created like a really solid in-depth video on how I built OreMiner. Everything you need to know is right here, this video right here.
I built an entire profit.
It's literally, yeah, this video is the one. If you want to know how I built OreMiner, how I came up with the idea, everything, check this video out. But yeah. Alright, so we've tried Remotion. It's cool. I don't love it. I can see if I kept prompting and if I really tried, I could do decent, but yeah, I don't know. Personally, not a huge fan. What do you guys reckon? Now to, I guess, finish the stream off, let's look into Claudebot, because I've been hearing a lot of good stuff, but don't fully know what it is yet. So I kind of want to look into it and understand what the hype is about. So there was this guy who made a decent video that I want to look at, Tech Friend AJ, and it's this one right here, which kind of blew up. Pretty crazy. Let's watch it.
Easy to set up on the cloud or on your local machine. It has full system access. It works with the whole skills and plugins.
Straight into it.
I've been so into Claudebot lately. It's so easy to set up on the cloud or on your local machine. It has full system access. It works with the whole skills and plugins library, completely open source and free, and you can interface with it through any channel, WhatsApp, Discord, Telegram, etc. People are building so many cool things, like they connect it to X, Gmail, their health stats, they talk to it through Telegram, their Discord. This is going to be my favorite use case though. With the Meta Ray-Bans, which have native WhatsApp support, you can talk to Claudebot. And Buddy Harry, when he's at the store, when he sees something overpriced with his glasses, he can take a picture, send it to Claudebot and say, what's the price on Amazon for this? And if it's cheaper, add it to my cart. Anyway, it's so easy to set up, just one line quick start. So I'm going to show you in the rest of this video how to set it up. I'm going to be doing it on AWS because they have a very generous free tier to set up a VM. You could also run it on your local machine if you're ballsy enough. Anyway, in AWS, you either want to click or search for EC2. That's Amazon's virtual servers in the cloud. And then click the launch instance button here in orange. I'm going to call mine Jinx on Ubuntu. Now, instance type, I'm going to search for free. And we're going to go for the biggest free one. This one, 8 gig memory.
That's pretty cool.
Now, I think this is completely free to host as long as you're not deploying any other resources on AWS.
No way.
And that's it, launch instance.
Dude,
it is
what the
recommended
hell?
you create an SSH key.
Amazon lets you
technically
host
don't
your
need one for the
own
purposes of
server for free? That's insane. That's amazing. That's incredible.
This tutorial, you don't need one. And that's it. Click launch instance. And we have our instance right here. Click on the instance ID and then click on connect up the top right and then connect down the bottom right. This will launch an SSH connection in the web to your new server. Boom, we're in. And once we're in, we just want to copy that one-liner from Claude.bot. That's the website for Claudebot, Claude.bot. Paste that in and press enter. And that's it. That's the only command you need to run. We got it set it up in less than 2 minutes. Now, the actual setup will take longer. All right, once it's finished, you get straight into onboarding. You gotta accept that this is risky, especially if you're running it on your own file system or you're giving it access to keys or your email. We're gonna go quick start, and I'm gonna use my Anthropic Max plan, and I use the token paste setup method. They will ask me to copy this command, which I'll run in my own local terminal to get the token. Then we'll select a model, Opus 4.5 latest. This is the smartest, latest model. And now we can link our channels. For Telegram, it'll give you the steps here, and we can configure skills, set up homebrew, use node manager Bon, And all these keys, we'll skip all these. Memory, enable all these hooks. And we can hatch. So when you hatch, you actually are going to give your bot the identity. This is where you tell it its name, its purpose, and any other information you want. So what should I call you and what should you call me? So you
Interesting.
are Jinx to AJ. AJ is a content creator and software engineer. We're just gonna keep it simple. You can always update this. It builds its own identity and soul. Now it's also going on with the onboarding. What time zone are you in? How do you want the vibe to be? And that's pretty much it. I think it's ready to go. Now for each channel, I think you do have to do it kind of like a pairing. Okay, there we go. And then we have a pairing code that I can give to the instance. And once that's configured, we should be paired. That's it. There we go.
Just talk to it.
So I like to give it this EXA MCP skill.
No
initially.
way.
So I'm going to say create a skill by wrapping this MCP. This is kind of the first skill because this EXA skill has web search, advanced web search, like deep search, all wrapped up in this one MCP, and it's like free if you use it through the MCP. You don't need an API key. So
that's sick.
That skill. Later on, I can show more skills. I think I'm gonna give this bot its own GitHub account, so it can help me do software development.
Whoa!
And really take it from there. I think, I don't know, we can really do a lot. But yeah, really curious to see what kind of things you guys would be interested to run and what your thoughts are. So definitely drop those in the comment. And make sure to give it a like if you want to see more content like this. But yeah, that's all for now. This is just a quick.
That's really cool. Man. And soon you manage his digital life. Cal, iMessage, home, automation, exploring with human AI collaboration can be the lobster way. This is really interesting. Are you guys using this at all? This is awesome till you start passing prompt injection inputs, then you're cooked. What do you guys reckon? Is this something you guys would use yourselves or not really? I could see this maybe helping with content creation. Claudebot tips and tricks thread, stream of consciousness style. Every time I learn something, I'll add it to this thread. Because while it's super heavy, hypey and amazing, it's still brittle as fuck and there are rough edges all over. If this helps someone, amazing. The capital instructions thing is going to change how I use Claudebot. Always try new if something doesn't seem to work. Thread can be corrupted. Choose Opus 4.5 unless you absolutely can't afford it. Use sub-agents, but be careful of tokens. You don't have to buy a new Mac Mini for your Claudebot, but it's cool and I couldn't resist. Don't ask it to write code. Have it plan and supervise. Teach your Claudebot that when you specify via emoji or text a capital instruction, it should save it to its memory first, then execute. This is a great way to make your correction instruction really stick for next sessions. Telegram is the easiest to set up. Literally DM to bot father on TG and you're good, but WA is also great, so that's what's up. Give it access as much as you feel comfortable. A lot of the magic comes from giving Claudebot access to a wide array of information and data about you, files, emails, to-dos, as far as you feel comfortable. So it's basically like your own personal assistant. Ask Claudebot to learn stuff permanently, and often this is what everyone is super excited about. Claudebot has incredible self-improving abilities. You can chat with it for 3 hours and ask it, what from the above should you learn forever? Write a skill, and it will know it next session. This is the richest surface area of using Claudebot, why all of us are super excited. Give it Grok API access. Grok 4.1 is the best real-time research about information you can get access to because it has access to web search plus X search. Sign up for the API and tell Claude that every time you want research, it should use a Grok skill. This is cheap and much better than the Brave API suggested by default. Okay. That's pretty cool. I mean, this might be something that we need to explore further. You know, I kind of want to maybe even maybe do a live stream if I'm setting this up potentially. But yeah, I feel like for today, closing in on 5 hours, I haven't even eaten. For those wondering, I'm doing 75 hard right now, and I'm trying to finish about 4 liters of water today. So this is about 1.5 liters. We're gonna try and aim for 4. So I'm about to go and make my salad now. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. You know, it was quite fun. You know, searching for a new IDE, the new developer environment that I'm literally going to be building and making, hopefully the next $100,000 and reaching our goal. But yeah, if you're new here, like and subscribe. I live stream pretty much every single day. But yeah. Yo, you switched to Claude Code? Yes, I sure did, dummy. I guess, yeah, any last questions or anything before I log off? Feel free to ask away. That's a lot of water. Yeah, dude. It's a ridiculous amount of water, but I'm doing 75 hard. I'm not sure if you're familiar. But it's basically a challenge where you have to work out twice a day, follow a diet, drink a gallon of water, read 10 pages, and take a daily progress pic. And yeah, I need to do it for 75 days straight. So usually what people will do is they'll like gym 5 days a week or something, right? No, this is gymming 7 days a week for 75 days straight, and you do it twice a day. So I just started today's day 1. So gonna go and make myself a salad before I go for a run. But yeah, look out for tomorrow's live stream, because that's going to be pretty interesting. We basically have a bit of free time now while Sway gets reviewed for the App Store. So I'm basically planning on literally coming up with an idea from scratch, building out the idea and trying to get our first sale. And we're going to try and do that within 1 week. Okay. And I feel like that'll be a really cool way to show you guys, like, you know, sometimes you don't need to overcomplicate it, and, you know, you can just start and you might see results. But yeah, super interesting concept. I'm keen to give it a go starting tomorrow. But without further ado, major improvements, but you'll need the $100 plan at minimum. The lower one has a really dumb limit. Yeah, I've already upgraded it to the Claude Code Max plan, which is $200. And honestly, I'm happy to pay it because it's way cheaper than Replit, which was charging me like $80 a day. You know, nothing really compares to Replit in that regard. But yeah, I'm going to catch you guys, and I'll probably see you tomorrow, same time. Hope you guys have a good rest of your day. Peace out.